when there's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs. I'll hold my tears and trade my ears for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. The road is dark, the way is lost. My eyes, they strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home.
Which is Russia and girl power, a few articles we will explore. Lovely Porridge is with us today to review an article about white erasing Welsh identity. Going for your lesson of the day, internal threats of anti-Whitism. Do you have any idea what they might be? And how to respond to the MP, institutional racism. Your comments and calls, and then there's this. With all this anti-Whitism, war, and havoc in the world, one cheek says to the other, you know, together we can stop this shit. And it is just after 5 p.m. in Washington, D.C., 7 in Sydney, 10 in London, and after midnight in Moscow, where a lot of decisions are being made on a minute basis. We are going free. It is wonderful to see you all. A happy Sunday evening, Monday morning, depending on wherever you are in the world or whatever you choose to identify as, whatever time zone that may be. If you can hear me okay, please let me know as we begin to roll. A few hiccups as we were getting started, but glad to see you all. As you know, Wankill Clips, the great champion, is here. Ultra Testosterone Bill Curve, explaining all things in the world. Nathaniel Nelson is with us. Great to see you, dear brother. We have Iberian Rider as well, and Photos 9 in London. Thank you very much for that. And that's right, you all have to jump forward, and that doesn't take place until next week. Thank you, thank you. Master Fountain says loves NWG, much appreciated, and a great deal of love back from the once great state of Virginia. Outside of Mordor on the Potomac, Red Eagle is here. Simon JJ. Our dear, sweet young lady, Carlisle Cockatoo, is with us. So is the great Franklin, and Southern Bloom is there. Hello to you, sister. There's Austin 316 said, no white guilt should be president of the United States. I appreciate it so very much. Everything would change so rapidly if that were to take place. Is the mic working well? I hope so. We have the Tree Godfather is with us. Hello, Tree Godfather, and welcome. That's a cool name. A good evening from South Africa by Feanor. Feanor, which now that I've been introduced to the book called Silmarillion, and this is a character, if that's the same one, if that's the same name from that book. The great Rory Herbert is with us. Great to see you, dear brother. Gary Walker as well. And the great Brand Danger is with us. Folks, you may comment or ask questions over the course of this gathering, which of course is a happy St. Patrick's gathering. 17th coming up very soon, and will be a big celebration, of course, worldwide. And so big happy St. Patrick's Day to all of you. Please make your comments or questions with a tag to yours truly, No White Guilt, @ No White Guilt, @ No White Guilt. Artist Life is here. So's First Last. So's Promethean Epoch. Wonderful to see you all. And it appears that I'm correct about Feanor. And that's awesome. Cool name. And make sure you tag me, whether it's on YouTube, whether it's on DLive, whether it is on Odyssey, wherever you might be. You can also go over to Entropy, and you can put your questions or comments in the question widget. And we're looking forward to seeing you over there. They won't disappear unless you or I delete them. You may also, when it comes to financially gifting, you may financially gift on Entropy there as well at a cost of 15% to you. Every single red cent is deeply appreciated by yours truly. You may go over to Odyssey as well, similarly at a cost of 15% to you if you do it in currency. But if you do it in those their cryptocurrency tokens, library tokens, then I guess you evade their charges. I don't know. No, you probably are still charged when you convert. That's right, when you bring it out. Gary Walker is here. You can also head on over to Cash App, and you can financially gift there. There is no cost to you on Cash App. Please do remember that I have been censored from Patreon because I don't hate white people. You have to hate white people if you're going to be on that platform. It's very clear to see. You can head on down into the description below, as we are about to get into a couple of interesting stories here today, because we had Women's Day on the 8th. And I guess the whole month, they would like the whole month to be Women's Month. What do they call it? What do they actually call it? The 8th of March? It snuck right on by me. How did I miss that? How did I miss that it was Women's Day? I mean, I should have just felt it in my marrow of my bones that it was Women's Day. Hey, you may also financially gift with several different cryptocurrencies. You can head on over to nowhiteguilt.org, nowhiteguilt.org. Click on the financial gift tab, and there you will see a snail mail address as well as a number of cryptocurrency wallets that you can reach me at. And taking a look over the past week of anonymous gifts, we don't have anything there, so we have nothing to report. And that means I didn't miss anybody's questions or comments or noticing and celebrating their financial gifts. I see the Kingdom of Vinland is with us. Great to see you, good brother. Conquer your future. Absolutely. You say touche. That's a cool name. Hello to you. Hey, now's the opportunity. Now's the time. You can grab the URL. You can head out into your circles of influence. Let everybody know that the best takes, the most sensible, logical, reason-based, evidence-based, demonstrable takes, interpretations, etc., are going to take place here. They're not going to take place anywhere else. Everywhere else, you're going to see some sort of novelty take to make you think that the person giving you the take is ever so bright, and you should keep coming back and hear them contradict themselves, and then go make a fool of yourself when you go out into the real world and sound like an complete insane imbecile. That won't happen here, though. Here you're going to get things that will make the whole world around you become as lucid as it possibly can be. You will understand and therefore be able to navigate. That's what we want to be able to help you do. We want you to go free. Women's Day. That's what we're celebrating. Women's Day. Misty is here. Hello to you. Woman's Day. Definitely my favorite day, writes Apollo. Absolutely. How could it not be our one of our favorite days of all? Looks like everything seems to be functioning all right. Does the mic sound full? Am I coming through the proper mic, or am I coming through one of the others that are not as good? The Highlander is here. Who wants to talk about Woman's Day and these witches? Why don't we get started with some witches? They're actually invoking, these misandrists are invoking witches and witchery for their nonsense, for their empowerment of women around the world. They live, of course. What is feminism, ladies and gentlemen? It is, of course, a subset under the superset of anti-whiteism. So it is just a subset of anti-whiteism. A feminist is an anti-white, which is not to say that there aren't any women in the world who have some genuine stories to share. Certainly, women from the earliest part, maybe of the feminist movement, probably went in hoodwinked and then got into that anti-white endeavor. The attack is inevitably, unceasingly directed against white men. Non-white men only ever get affected as collateral damage. A lot of collateral damage going on in the world right now, especially in Ukraine. Antenatal, writes ultra testosterone, the anti-white monster. Hello. Sound is fine. Thank you for getting back to me on the audio. Full and rich is how we want it to sound, rather than through the little mic and it's sounding hollow and like we're in a giant auditorium. Oh, Cole Pep Liquidity says, sounds good, mate. I deeply appreciate that. Thank you so much. Dude Bro Moment as well. Mike is good. And Brad C. sounds good. Thank you both. Champions. The great Yiz, the unifier, is with us. And a little bit later during the announcement segment, I am going to reach out to Yiz, and she's going to reveal something very exciting with everybody. And we can't wait to get to that part of the show. Alcat is here. And the Duke of Bedford says, good evening from Bedfordshire. And a good evening to you. Thank you for being here. What do you say we get into quickly? If I've missed anything, you all can let me know. Sir Thomas Lipton, do you enjoy my tea? Thomas Lipton tea. Well, why not? And what else do we have here? Good day, brother, from Lucky. A big good day to you as well. Stay around, folks, for the surprise that Yiz, the unifier, will be revealing. A big, big surprise. 2022, getting exciting, more exciting by the day, in defense of witches. Let me see if I can reach up and actually touch this. I really want to get into this celebration of women. I mean, because feminism, female empowerment, girl power, most important thing on planet Earth, most pressing issue. And here we just want to get as deeply as we can into anti-whiteism and totally embrace this female domination of men that we have in the West, because we don't have enough of it yet. We're only socially, culturally, and legally females wield supreme power over men. But of course, check with CNN. And yet they want more. They want more. They want to be able to say, according to these articles, they want to be able to say that I'm a little bit irked by that man over there. Arrest him. And then other men will jump in there and arrest them. Let's see. In defense of witches, a celebration of women, writes a total imbecile, Gabino Iglesias, defense of witches, a celebration. When a feminist has been using your computer because the screen, the monitor is covered in whiteout and tears. At the start of Mona Colette, defense of witches, the legacy of the witch hunts and why women are still on trial. Boy, their lives are so hard to be a woman. Readers are asked to think of, in the West, you go to other places and you actually do run into a few problems. Readers are asked to think of the first witch that made an impression on them. The first witch that made does anybody remember the first witch that made an impression on you? I remember when I was a child, there was a witch at the end of the street and everybody knew she was a witch. God, she had a scowl on her face, just this brutal harridan that would shout at us children for any little thing. Stop running. Don't walk. Skip, please me. Shut up, witch. She didn't have a broom to ride on or a pointy hat or anything of that nature. She was just one of those run-of-the-mill witches that we see on the fairer side of our species. For me, this was an interesting exercise because while all the witches mentioned in those first few pages come from literature, in my case, it was my maternal grandmother. Why are you admitting this? Why are you admitting that your maternal grandmother, Gabino, was a witch? Very old, divorced decades. Okay, don't they just start off that way? I mean, really, a feminist can be 15 and she's very old. At least she looks it. All of the deep furrows in her face and skin and the rolls of corpulence. Divorced for decades. What a surprise. How divorced for decades? I'm shocked. Known for brewing bizarre concoctions for whatever ailed you. I bet she brewed a few bizarre concoctions in her day. And perennially surrounded by dogs. Doesn't that sound gross? And they all use her as a fire hydrant. My maternal grandmother spoke to the dead. Oh, Gabino. Really? This is a celebration of women brought to you by PBS NPR. She spoke to the dead when we drove past a cemetery. Oh, straight to St. Elizabeth's with you, old bat. St. Elizabeth's here in Mordor used to be an insane asylum. So when you hear me refer to it, that's what I'm referring to. The insane asylum where you could hear the screams across the river. Could you imagine heading down the road, little family get together, you're with grandma, and she goes by you drive by the cemetery and she's whispering curses and talking to the dead. That would be scary as hell. My maternal grandmother spoke to the dead. Yes, indeed. She's had a bathroom that was off limits that housed spirits. Oh, yeah, I'd leave my kids with grandma, never to be seen again. And this is why these anti-white females who call themselves feminists, these anti-white feminists, this is why everyone knows them to be insane as all hell, because they are. And they come up in environments where they're insane. Not only was Gabino infected with this by her environment, but no doubt it was communicated to her genetically. A bathroom that was off limits that housed spirits. I bet the spirits were liquor, and the old bat didn't want the kids seeing all the spirits wandering around. That's why she spoke to the graveyard as she went by, because she was 3 sheets to the wind. She let's see, carried pounds of laminated prayer cards. Okay. And milagritos, small metal religious charms, strapped to her bra. Yeah, this was an insane old bitch. She also had about 5 teeth. I didn't make that up. She also had about 5 teeth left after a life of fearing the dentist. Well, clearly that sort of thinking communicated itself to everything else she did in her life, including her position vis-a-vis witchcraftery and feminismery. To me, she was powerful. Really? The drunk old lady with 5 teeth and strapped full of milagritos. She was powerful. A real witch. And I loved her. I guess, the same way you love like that dog that you had for so long, and then it gets rabies and the only cure is to put it down. I also ended up loving In Defense of Witches because it celebrates that power. And of course, she's talking about here the power of women. Today, we often hear witch hunt in a variety of contexts, but none of them are remotely close to the original witch hunts, which were almost entirely focused on women. Oh, so bad. It was just so bad. And regularly included torture, rape, and death. Now, if that actually happened anywhere. Oh, and she says here, always at the hands of men. Really, I doubt it. I doubt it. I doubt that no women played a part in any of the witch hunts. Now, where any sort of injustice occurred and was inflicted on a person, and they weren't actually a sorceress bringing harm and death and destruction to a community, then I frown down upon that, and I don't want that to happen. But having said that, I think I've read actually about some of the speculation and about the things like the hallucinogen mold that was growing in the wheat in these areas. And so like the whole town was crazy. And there were men who were also killed. But that doesn't matter because men in the West that we live in now, they don't, at least white men, don't matter. So those were all white men. And so therefore, they don't matter. While we no longer burn women at the stake, I was thinking about something else. What was I reading? While we no longer burn women at the stake, some of the anti-woman sentiment at the core of witch hunts is unfortunately alive and healthy. I'm just every white guy. We get up in the morning and we have we have a secret. We have different watches, but all of them are equipped with a information gathering data chip, and we can send signals to each other, and we know when we're going to get together and hunt down some witches. The core of the witch, unfortunately, alive and healthy. As author Carmen Machado says in the book's introduction, we no longer burn, hang, or drown as many women as many. We no longer burn, hang, or drown as many women. I think they've been tapping into the spirits in the Gabino grandmother's toilet. Let's see. Although we've never let's see, what else do we do to them? Raped or shoved. Let's see. Women are still abused. Okay, we no longer do it as often as we do in the past, but there is no shortage of ways women's lives continue to be destroyed. Women are abused, assaulted, economically disempowered, raped, shoved into margins, pressured, silenced, ignored, treated, shut up, treated as guinea pigs. What? Co-opted, stolen from. Oh boy. You know, this is actually called life. It happens to all of us. But you just can't shut up and stop complaining. Misrepresented, forced into pregnancy, or forced into pregnancy, not in the West. You want to see, this is what ends up happening all the time with these anti-whites as we near the bottom of the hour, who call themselves feminists, anti-white feminists. This is what happens all the time. They will say, well, shit, there's not really, women are riding high. They're living high on the hog in the West. We dominate socially, culturally. The entirety of the West is gynocentric. And so let's just look to some of these non-white countries, and then we'll say, this is what women are having to suffer. And then we'll get to victimize white men for it. Imprisoned, and yes, sometimes murdered for being witches. In defense of witches takes witches, unmarried, childless, strong. Okay, so here's what it is. They're witches. They're powerful. It's like these anti-white feminists who are they're white, and they're losing their clout and their power in the anti-white establishment. So then they decide to go become pagans. And it's a big problem that pagans have, is these women who come in and they act like, oh, I just want to be like how we used to live. I just want to be how we were in the old ways. And then once they're in, then they say, let me tell you what we did in the old ways. Women were in charge. Men worked on the roads. We spoke to gods. You know, that's a big problem. And so when they find them in the pagan circles, they have to get the boot. They have to get the boot. Or maybe they burn them. I don't know. According to Gabino. Where were we? Childless, elderly. Look at all this. I mean, you can just talk about going on and on. They're strong. They're unmarried. They're childless. They're strong. They're independent women in control of their future, their time. They're lonely as all hell, surrounded by small animals. And use those elements to explore how women who possessed those attributes, or who simply failed to comply with what men wanted of them, were accused of witchcraft and persecuted. Then the book focuses on how modern women who are independent, childless, and elderly must still deal with some of the same, you mean spinsters? Must still deal with, you mean like the witch that used to shout at us for running past or walking past her house? The book focuses on how modern women, independent, childless, and elderly, must still deal with some of the same pressures as the witches of old did. At its core, this is you know what, I bet fewer women, when there were women being burned at the stake, I bet fewer women complained. Probably, it's just a guess. I'm not saying that that's exactly what happened. Nor am I saying it's right. I'm just probably fewer complaints. This is a book that demonstrates modern ideas that come from a much more misogynistic time. Of course, this is a misandrist writing, a man-hater. You all probably have not heard the word misandry, misandrist, misandristic. Those are men-haters. They are everywhere. But, of course, it's just white men. That's what it really comes down to. Misogyny time, and shows how they are still incredibly common. From religious reasons throughout history, thou shalt not suffer a witch to live. Sounds like a Monty Python movie, doesn't it? Oh my gosh, there is a Monty Python scene. Porridge, hold on. You're going to have to, it's already bottom of the hour. I don't know if we'll be ready at 6. So hold tight till 6:15 and we get there. Storm Hunter is here, says Cat Lady. What are you talking about, Cat? Oh, Cat Lady Crisis. Okay. Reptile is here. Great to see you. Wasn't there a Monty Python scene where there was a witch and they brought forward this woman and she said, I'm not a witch. I'm not a witch. And they all said she is. And then the knight said, how do you know she is a witch? And the guy said, well, she turned me into a newt. I got better. Odin-sire is here. Imminent rain. Great to see you. So is fit and healthy at any age. Wonderful to see you as well. Let me see if I can move the microphone some. Oh, we can. It hasn't died. I was throwing some electricity earlier. We hate that when that happens. Wait, did it just do it? No. How do they end up? Oh, they weigh her. That's how they did it. Don't they weigh her against like a goose? Anglo-Saxon is here. Promethean hails, Jason. A big Promethean hails to you. Bass guitarist is here. Didn't they weigh her against a goose? And then if she was lighter than a goose, or what was it? Or same weight, then they threw her in the lake to drown her? Or they were shouting, burn the witch. That was it. Oh, that's right. It was they were going to bring, they were going to say, if she floats, then she's not a witch. And then somebody said, but small pebbles float or something. That's how crazy our real world is now. Okay, book demonstrates the modern idea. Modern ideas that come from much more misogynistic time. To contemporary events, quote, take part in the Black Lives Movement, put spells on Donald Trump, protest against white supremacists, and against those who question a woman's right to abortion. Wow. This sounds like a really classy bunch of people. The author explores not only how anti-white woman sentiment is still prevalent. This is getting boring. We got to jump on to the next. We got a bunch of stories. Let's get to the bottom and what her conclusion is. Gabino, in defense of witches, celebrates women, offers a plethora of reasons to accept a variety of viewpoints. But there you have it again. This is like the female. Listen, ladies out there. And of course, the ladies here are not suffering from it, but all of you others, when you have this desire to apply to adults what you desire to apply to children, and when you have children and they're in a nursery, you can try to make everything as fair. Fair is a concept that we create. You can try to make everything fair or same as possible. So little Johnny can be a triceratops. And little Judy can be a princess or whatever it is. And that's all cool. You can make it happen. But when they get older, do not give us excuses for why their viewpoints about why now a man and now a woman, these people are actually a princess and a triceratops when they're not. We don't want to hear it. you need help. Shows women are still expected to act a certain way or be ostracized. Don't we wish we could ostracize these anti-white feminists? Despite all that, the element that overpowers all others is the celebration of feminist minds and their work, as riddled with mad cow disease as the feminist mind can get. Our modern witches. Our modern witches. I bet this woman is so ugly that if you took her to the beach, people would ask you what you used for bait. Yes, this book will make you angry. Already making me angry. Haven't even cracked it open. Will make you angry at the staying power of misogyny, a meme pathogen, meme pathogen. But it will also make you scream, "Long live the witches!" And that makes it a must toss in the trash. Thank you so much, Gabino, on witches. On International Women's Day, policing misogyny is rampant. And this brought to you by a publication called The Crime Report. And a little girl, that's I think I'm gonna a little cupcake, right? A little baby cakes, because anti-white feminists, they love to be given pet names. So a little baby cakes called Andrea wrote, she says here, as International Women's Day has many people taking to social media to talk about diversity, equity, and inclusivity. Okay, so there you have it. Are you convinced now that it's just anti-white from top to bottom? Because that's exactly what it is, from top to bottom. And what happened to our wonderful white women? So many of them said, I'm going to get me some of that. I don't want to have to behave like an adult in my relationships with men. I don't want to have to be fair in my relationships with men. I don't want to have to abide by the common norms of Western civilization in my relationships with men. So I'll just take your offer, anti-whites, of their jobs. I'll just take your offer of payments from the government, from theft from other men. I'll just take your offer of men coming to enforce my feminist will upon them. I'll just take that offer. And, oh, wait a second. Now there are all these gang rapes across the land. Western civilization is falling apart. And you, cupcake, you baby cakes, are still voting for more of the same. More of what got us here. You are the problem. That's the issue. You anti-white feminists are the problem. This little baby cakes types on, police departments and advocacy groups around the world use the opportunity to discuss women in policing, the good, the needed changes, and the hardships. According to, if you're going to put a woman, I mean, can you imagine, female police? This is what this is all about. Have you, over the past, I don't know, your life, have you heard of a story or two where, probably just one or two, where a female police officer, where the criminals very easily get away, where this doesn't happen all the time, but where female police officers, because they lack the physicality required, the strength required for most of the interactions, have to resort to immediately to less than deadly but maiming tools and even deadly use of their firearm, because there was just no choice. How many times have you heard that? And I wonder how many police chases have gone bad because females were behind the wheel of the car. Because females were driving. Females have there's a stereotype about females in driving, and that is that they are awesome at driving. I mean, they're awesome. I'm sure the woman writing here, I'm sure she did just magnificent on her driver's test. She probably got 8 out of 10 because the other two guys got out of the way. According to the latest study from the Pew Trusts, women in the United States make up less than 13% of full-time police officers and only 3% of police leadership. So these are the way the anti-whites craft their arguments, and they build them up incrementally to undermine civilization. To attempt to change this, a DC Mayor Muriel Bowser and the Metropolitan Police Department announced Tuesday a new initiative aimed at hiring more women, writes Baby Cakes. As part of the initiative, the police department is participating in the 30-30 Pledge, a goal to increase women in police department recruit classes to 30% by 2030, and to, quote, to ensure police policies and culture intentionally support the success of women officers throughout their career. So, in other words, what does that mean? It means they're implementing policies to discriminate against white men, implementing policies to prevent white men from becoming police officers in the DC Police Department. That's what it means. Because you're damn sure not going to be able to keep black men out of being police officers. You're damn sure not going to be able to keep Hispanic men. You're damn sure not going to be able to keep Arab men out of the police department. So there's only one group that they can discriminate against. Bunny Boo up here can only discriminate against one group, that group being white males. That's how this happens. And then they want to have policies and a culture that is going to coddle them, because they're just going to have a good cry here and there. So you got to have policies that coddle these girls. And what's going to end up happening? They're going to end up having to pay them more, because women, the vast majority of women, I'll just say majority of women, but of course check with CNN, don't want to do things like be a police officer in the street and have to deal with violent offenders and the like, right? So they're going to have to entice them. That means it's going to have to be, we'll pay you more. And look, we're going to collude in a way with you. We're going to connive, and we're going to get you up into those positions where you make a shit ton of money, but you don't actually have to be on the street. You just get to be the boss. So come on, honey, join the police force. We got to get up to 30% of the police force. And they're probably actually shooting for more than that. And we'll have you in that cushy office before you know it. That's the reality of this. Around 150 law enforcement agencies across the country have signed the 30-30 Pledge. Think about that. Is that your police department? Is your son or daughter going to be in a crisis scenario where police are needed? And instead of a bunch of men, very muscular, very well-trained, aggressive men, show up and save your son or daughter, instead, it's going to be a bunch of ladies that are going to waddle out there with their pear-shaped bodies and maybe accidentally blow your son away. And of course, not every lady has a pear-shaped body and waddles, just the majority. I mean, what they should do is they should go get some of these Olympic athlete females, because they're just waiting to do things like join. And there's such a big number of those women, and they can really just maintain that level of fitness easily, just whenever. To that end, some advocates argue that more must and can be done now rather than waiting for a future date. More must be done now. More white men must be discriminated against now. More white men must be prevented from pursuing the career that they felt called to and trained for now. More men, more white men in positions of authority who have done their training, paid their dues, maybe even seen partners die, seen horrible things, drag bodies, charred bodies out of burning cars, and have stayed in that environment and worked their way up to positions of authority. More of those white men need to be fired so that they can be replaced by baby cakes. quote, we've seen a call for more communication, more empathy. Smith Kia continued, quote, as a profession, are we willing to recognize that having a difference in how we look might have a difference in how we operate? I think that's actually correct. Yeah. If a bunch of big white men, police officer uniforms, come rolling down the street, that gives a very different impression to ne'er-do-wells than a bunch of squat, pear-shaped ladies. Detective Cynthia Tynes with the Waco, Texas Police Department, notorious area that is, shared with Fox News her journey of advancing within the ranks. She's probably like 27 and already captain, adding that it hasn't always been an easy journey in the, quote, male-dominated career. Really, something tells me it actually has been pretty easy. Because there are all these policies implemented, all this culture, all this effort to discriminate against white males, everything that can be done to get your ass into a seat you don't deserve. You felt like, and by the way, everybody in work faces the challenges, faces the hardships, faces the cliquishness, the politics. They face every single person. But women and non-whites get to complain about it and get their way. You felt like you had to prove yourself. No shit. No, because you do, baby cakes. You do. Bunny Boo, you have to prove yourself. You have to prove that you have the strength and the ability to do a man's job. You do have to prove. If I were a police officer, I'd have to prove that I have the strength and I have the ability and the mental endurance to be able to do the job. Welcome to reality outside of the nursery. Every time I read stuff like this, I listen to some anti-white feminists. All that it sounds like is a woman speaking to children. This is how you have to behave. That's not the real world, baby cakes. On International Women's Day, the Metropolitan Police Met, which serves the Greater London area, encouraged women to join the force by being, quote, the change they want to see, after revealing that their force has only one woman for every 3 men. That's a lot of women in the police department. A spokesperson from Scottsdale, and that, of course, that's a nod to the feminists. We have to call them spokespeople. A spokesperson from Scotland's feminist policy and advocacy organization has warned that, quote, we should not underestimate misogyny in the police and criminal justice system, close quote. What we shouldn't underestimate is the misandry from bitches like you. Following the launch of a new report hoping to combat the inequality discovered, Baroness Helena Kennedy, a member of the House of Lords of the United Kingdom, and their criminal justice system is, quote, still so imbued with misogyny. That's what she said? Oh, why don't we take that title away? As part of a solution, Kennedy suggests legislation that would, of course, a title created by men and handed out to all of these ladies because white men felt like that was the right thing to do. And now you have all of these ladies abusing to the point of destroying Western civilization. Not all women. We have the best here, white positive women in service to white well-being. A lot of good women out there in the world. Anti-white women, not good. As part of a solution, this anti-white Kennedy suggests legislation that would create a new statutory for, quote, aggression of misogyny, close quote, as well as include new offenses related to hatred against women and girls, as well as harassment on and offline. So what I was saying earlier comes down to what these anti-white bastards want for women. And white women, if you participate in this, you are as dumb as the day is long. Dumb as the day is long. Because your world will be destroyed if in the UK and the US and Canada and Australia, laws are implemented that empower you so that anytime you get irked, you can call the police to report a legitimate breach of the law. Because you better believe it's not going to be, very few non-white men will suffer from it. The ones that do will be collateral damage. It's going to be the end of Western civilization. Let's keep rolling. You may have celebrated International Women's Day. This is from the iNews. But this feminist fears misogyny is raging, like her hemorrhoids. Oh my gosh. Let me take a quick look. I know we're at 10 minutes till. We'll bring Porridge in at around 15 minutes after, I think. We'll be good about that time. We'll take a look at what's happening on Entropy, take a look at some of your statements and Cash App, see if you all want to get involved. And the great Elaine, there's a great woman right there for you. The great Elaine Sabatino, a true hero. No way going to fall for this anti-white nonsense that we have going on in the world. I mean, listen, come on. When I was a child, my mother said to me, Jason, I want you to be able to see things from a woman's point of view. So I complied, and I went straight to the kitchen and looked out the window. Lewis is here. A big hello to you. So is, I mentioned, Simon JJ is here. Great to see you as well. And I think I said Odin the Sire. Wonderful to see you, brother. So is Promethean Promulgation, a true champion, if there ever was one. Let me refresh over here and make sure that we are coming up. And I will take a look over here and see who is on D Live. All right. A big hello to Nordic Prince. That's a cool name. Hello to you. And who else? Believe is here. And so is Jack McDaniels. Hello. And Otto Rocks. Great to see you all. And let's come over here to the used to function Odyssey, which has so many hiccups these days. I don't know if anybody bothers to use it anymore. And let's see. Is it working? Is it working? I see our Popcorn Power, our Madden. Popcorn Power says, witches, Russian objectives, girl power. What's up with the show title? We're going through it all, brother. We're going through it all. All right. Let's get back to our story so we can keep moving. Subtitle here, I wish I understood why so many young boys think and behave this way and what interventions would help to reform their minds and hearts. I'm sure something to do with a needle and an injection. By Yasmin Brown. Boy. Wow. She's a looker. Really good looking woman. Wow. You know, it's something when the ugly on the inside makes its way to the outside. Should always work that way, shouldn't it? I write this on International Women's Day, IWD, a day of global virtual hugs. Oh my God, are you serious? I write this on International Women's Day, a day of global virtual hugs, solidarity, indomitability, and positivity, and crying our eyes out. You will read this on the day after, when female, boy, she's really putting it together for us so we can understand things. So she's writing on that day, and then we'll read it the day after. I'm in awe. She probably has a crystal ball, probably very closely related to the witch from the first story today. When females come down, or you will read this on the day after, when females come down to Earth, because they're normally airborne. The flights of joy are wonderful, but fleeting. That's called bipolar. And many of you anti-white feminists have it, and you should get medication. To the point that you just drool. No more talking. Since Sarah Everard's rape and murder by a police officer, let's see, 28-year-old teacher from South London has been killed. Okay. Most victims were slain by men they knew. Worldwide, the war on women and girls. Worldwide, the war on women and girls, the longest war in the world, continues unabated. Oh my, what insanity. Lock her into St. Elizabeth's. Oh my gosh, that is terrible. Of course, this is talk about living in the anti-white narrative, as we're 4.5 minutes outside the top of the hour, 4 minutes now outside the top of the hour. And we'll be grabbing the great, lovely Porridge, and he'll be talking to us about Wales and the white erasure of our people in our wonderful locale and ethnicity of Wales. But we are not there yet, so we will continue with the longest war in the world. Every boy we know, I mean, we get to school and we get inducted into this war on women. And we wage it for the totality of our life. I wonder how women survive, actually. How is it that they have so many rights and everything they say is just accepted as truth? Everything they say is believed. You get into a court and everything they say is taken as gospel, no matter how much evidence there is and what the man has to say. Of course, that's CNN. I'm just generalization here. I might just be entertaining you. According to the End Violence Against Women Coalition, 2021 had the lowest number of rape convictions on record. Wait, you got to be kidding. According to the End Violence Against Women Coalition, 2021 had the lowest number of rape convictions on record. She would have to be not celebrating that. She would have to be lamenting. She would have to be lamenting that, complaining that more men, specifically white men, were not convicted for rape. ONS figures show that of 63,136 reported rape offenses, only 1.3% resulted in a suspect being charged. And so ipso facto, that is a war being waged against women. These old bats are insane. From recent awful events, we know that our police forces still harbor officers who are vilely prejudiced against females and minorities. So there's the arm linkage that has destroyed the West, destroyed the white family. This after decades of protest, government promises, training, and futile attempts to reprogram and soften masculinity. So in other words, to make men subservient to women. And I guess that when you look like this thing here, when you look like that, when you look like Brown, Yasmin Brown, that's really your only recourse. You're definitely not going to be able to flatter them with your je ne sais quoi and your beauty. No, you just have to be able to dominate them. You need them to all be submissive to you. But no, really, guys, listen, you should never love a woman for her appearance. You should only love her for her personality, of which most women have about 10. And so you just find the one that she's in at that moment, and then you just pick that one. Not true for the women in White Wellbeing, though. In her Radio 4 program on male violence, the Observer journalist Sonia Sadha made a radical proposal. As though you hadn't already? Oh, my Lord. Treat perpetrators of violence against females as terrorists. Holy shit. Watch, disrupt, and isolate them. Oh, my God. These are radical, crazy, anti-white feminists. Healthy women need to speak out against these things. Need to speak out against these Medusas. You've got to speak out. You've got to help us put an end to them and their program of anti-whiteism. We have to put an end to their program of anti-whiteism. She wants perpetrators of violence against females treated as terrorists to be watched, disrupted, and isolated. A working group chaired by the formidable lawyer, here she is again, Baroness Helena Kennedy, has just published a report for the Scottish government, which of course has gone as anti-white as possible these days. They're calling for a new misogyny law. Quote, despite reforms, women do not get the justice they require and deserve. So decades of browbeating men, white men, decades of psychologically abusing white little boys, and they still haven't inflicted enough injury. White males as a whole have not totally submitted, every last one of them, because there are white males like this one right here that are not going to submit. Plenty of them out there have submitted. The majority of white males are cucks. They've totally submitted to the females they're in relationships with because there's no alternative for them in their minds as they see it. So these women want to absolutely poison, these anti-white women want to absolutely poison little boys and men, white little boys and men. You better believe, I guarantee you, if we looked, we would be able to find where there are exemptions for these programs for non-white males. And there'll be more exemptions moving forward. Women do not get the justice they require and deserve. Women's trust in policing and legal processes is at an all-time low. She writes, or scribbles or drools. The combined forces of the Me Too movement, the historic child sex abuse scandals, of course, these things are not normal. Child sex abuse is not normal for Western civilization. Bunny Boo, Baroness Cupcake. These things are not normal. Something's changed in the West. We'll let you ponder it for a little while, okay? Baroness Bunny Boo. The toxic I wonder what it could be. What could have changed? I mean, were people voting and lobbying and screaming and screeching, these viragos and termagants, harpies and shrews? Were they just screeching for policies and etc. that have created an environment where these things are taking place, and now you're going to complain about it? Baroness Bunny Boo? The toxic nature of online platforms, haha, bitch. And experiences which were previously surrounded by too much silence. The daily grind of sexual harassment and abuse. I wish I had more that they consider, that would just come to mind right now, that they would consider sexual harassment, that they would consider misogyny to say right now, because I want to goad them to giggles. And abuse degrades women's lives, yet it seems to be accepted as part of what it means to be a woman. What world do these freaks live in? This is right out of the anti-white narrative. It has no connection with reality. The times are changing, anti-white scum. The times are changing. What does she say? The daughter of one of my oldest friends stayed with me this week. As we cooked together, she told me how at her university, sexual harassment and rapes were ignored. Bullshit. and sometimes concealed by the authorities to protect the university's reputation. Yeah, usually when a girl has sex with a guy and then complains about it, and when a girl is legitimately raped by a man and complains about it, when it's covered up, it's because this is one of their star athletes with a 68 IQ and shouldn't be at the university. And you can go ahead and guess who those people might be. Concealed by the authorities to protect the university's reputation. Grotesque sexism is also rampant in some boys' private schools. Sexism. That's good coffee. Maybe I'll have another drink. Sexism she's worried about. Last week, King's College School for Boys in Wimbledon vowed to take action. Why haven't fee-paying parents spoken up? Do they think, quote, boys will be boys? State schools are not much better or safer for girls. Look, times have changed, Baron Bunny Bill. We here in service to White Wellbeing are reclaiming our destiny. And sooner than later, we will put an end to your anti-whiteism. People will know what you're actually after, and they won't buy your garbage anymore. And when they don't buy your garbage anymore, there'll be no money to support it. There'll be no platforms to support it. And you'll be alone again with 5 teeth in your spirit's bathroom, drinking yourself into a stupor. You need to get a new watch because the times have... Actually, you know what? You don't need to get a watch because there's a clock on the oven. No, I shouldn't say that. I shouldn't say that. Women are not like appliances. They're not just appliances. They're definitely not like refrigerators because I never have to struggle to get the meat into the refrigerator. And on that note, we will be right back.
agree. The shuttle crew prepares, their hope rising. Waking eyes and sensors scan below. Is it home? Though amazed he can't ignore her face frowning. Not the only sleepers waking. Abandoned long ago, the sentinels decide. Programmed to hate by the dark, ancient, forsaken. This fair-skinned bread must be denied.
We didn't come all this way for nothing.
Planetary defense system has been neutralized.
Send the scouting party to the surface.
All right, let me get to a few of these financial gifts, and we're going to bring the lovely Porridge right back in. He's backstage now. We're jumping over to Entropy. Let's get a big raucous round of emojis for somebody who is paying for many of the rest of you. Dude, bro, moment, who just financially gifted 50 US dollars over here on Entropy. My deep appreciation to you, dear brother. He writes, I've been looking forward to this all week. Kip indeed, my good friend. Kip indeed. Thank you so very much. We have the number one and only as man with a storied life as all get out, Rory Herbert with us, financially gifting $3. A very distant cousin of mine, Walt Winthrop, was a magistrate on the court of, is it Oyer, and the head of Salem witch trials in 1692. Wow. My gosh. We have like royal blood when we have Rory with us. He says he sentenced 19 witches to death by hanging. Your thoughts? Well, that's a great question. Of course, I haven't looked at the evidence of what took place, what they were accused of, and if there was any evidence to prove guilt of whatever. So being a witch meant what, for example? Did it mean that somebody was poisoned and that the evidence of the poison in the possession of the witch, that was proved? I don't know. If it was doing magic or something of this nature, then of course that is egregious, and because there's nothing like that. Nobody's casting spells, but I have read that about, as I mentioned, about the mold, and that in these areas people were eating this wheat that was infected with this mold, and they actually have samples. And as I recall, it's been a long time since I read about it. There were some other possibilities of land disputes, and so people of criminal nature, they stirred this up about witches so that they could get rid of people whose land they wanted. This is not an issue for Western kind, but the anti-whites have no problem taking a scenario here or there, or an injustice here or there, and then applying it to the totality of our race, and white guilting us and victimizing us for all time. So I don't know, what ended up with those cases, but sentenced 19 witches to death by hanging. Well, I really wonder what was going on. Yiz, the unifier, financially gets, innocent people being executed by the state is horrific. And I was telling jokes earlier. It's like a roast of anti-white women, which is not all women. It's just a portion of women. But here's a woman, Yiz the Unifier, financially gifting $5, who is a magnificent champion. And she says, feminism liberates women from their place in the natural order and wants them to live as godless, self-centered, homosexual men. It's neither healthy nor empowering. Such a crock of shit, she writes. Feminism liberates women from their place in the natural order and wants them to live as godless, self-centered, homosexual men. That's a very powerful way of putting it. Well written. Yiz the Unifier, financially gifting $5 as well. Thank you. Then we have Sakis financially gifting $5 and writes with those $5. Thank you so much, Sakis. Empire on Trial by Paul Morales and David Brine is finally available from whitepress.com. Whitepress.com. People can also pick up the fiction book by Paul and called Reclamations on White People Press. So Reclamations. It's called Reclamations. It's also available on White People Press as well. So check it out. Thank you so much, Sakis. And maybe I'll pull those up on the screen. First, though, we're going to jump on over. Oh, let me refresh this. And okay, blank over there. Here he comes, ladies. The one and only, ladies and gentlemen, lovely Porridge. How are you doing, brother?
G'day, Jason, and people in the comments. I'm doing great. Am I coming through all right?
Beautifully. Fantastically. Now we're going to be, I didn't tell folks the title of the story. I just told them it was about white erasing our people in Wales. And if you would like, we could just jump right into that.
Yeah, well, you just covered an article on Wales, but it was the bad type of Wales, the feminist land whale. But the type of whales I'm talking about here, the good kind, the land whales. So we all know what the media will side with out of those two groups. But yeah, no, I have an article today. It's by the BBC, which is funded by the British taxpayer. And they just want to remind you that, with all this hatred for Russians recently, how they're going around banning Russian vodka, and they banned the Tchaikovsky Orchestra, and they're even banning Russian cats from the cat show, believe it or not.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, the BBC just wants you to leave a little room for hate in your heart for the Welsh people as well, because, after all, they're white as well. So, yeah, we're going to hear how truly awful the Welsh are, according to the anti-whites at BBC. And yes, the article's called Identity. What does it mean to be Welsh? Sounds good, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like we're right. Anything coming out of the mainstream, the anti-whites, what does it mean to be Welsh? That I kind of get the feeling that they're going to say it's not white.
Yeah. So the headline itself is a lie, isn't it? Because they're not going to tell you what the Welsh identity is. They're going to slander and lie to make the Welsh look as wicked as possible. So we can just start from that and translate what the headline actually might be. It's something more like the problem with so-called Welsh people. And they would put Welsh people in scare quotations.
Mm-hmm.
But this is an article where they've interviewed some. Let me just start it off by reading the introduction from what they've said. Rugby, rolling hills, castles, coal, and choirs. These are some of the images often associated with Wales and the Welsh. But what are the experiences of Welsh people who have plural ethnic and cultural identities? What preconceptions might a black child face in rural Powies or a hijab-wearing Muslim face in Cardiff? Now, you see there's this unwritten assumption there that where they're implying that usually when you hear about Wales, it's going to be a white guy telling you how perfect it is and how the people are wonderful and everything's nice. But for a change, the BBC is going to do something different. Instead of having a white guy tell you that Welsh culture and Welsh people are wonderful, we're going to have 3 brown women tell you the Welsh people and Welsh culture is disgusting and terrible. But this is not a different perspective. This is what we always get. This is the norm when talking about white people. If you want to hear a guy speaking positively about the Welsh people, you're going to have to go to the dark corners of the internet. He'll be banned from every major platform. So this is how you knew, Jason. You knew that just from the headline, it would be anti-white because that is the norm. That's what we always get. And just to speak to that little thing they said there, you might have noticed about what would a black child face in rural Wales? The question is the answer itself. You're meant to think, oh my goodness, the country folk in Wales, that they're absolute monsters. I just can't imagine the terror a black child would face. The sleepless nights, just wondering at what moment a bunch of Welsh country folk are going to bust down the door and snatch that little black kid from their bed.
Yeah.
You're meant to think that white people just are bad normally, but white people in the country, they're the absolute worst.
Yeah.
And that's why they use this example of a black child living in the Welsh countryside. And I have heard, you've probably heard comments like on these panels where a woman will say, I grew up as a lesbian woman. I grew up as a lesbian woman of color in rural America. So I know most of all what it's like to be hated for who you are. And the implication there is that the white rural folk are the most hateful people on earth, them in particular. Do you have any comments on that, Jason?
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely, just jump in for a second. I mean, this is what I see right away that strikes out to me before we move on to the next little paragraph is where it says here, what are the experiences of Welsh people who have plural ethnic and cultural identity? So, of course, they're not talking about white people, like, say, ethnically German who live in Wales. Here they're talking about multiracialism. Here they're talking about non-white people who have different biospirits. What are their experiences when they live in Wales? And, of course, it's not going to be gratitude for being welcomed, being allowed to live there, being allowed to earn a living, having contact with such a beautiful history and lore and Western civilization in general. No, it's not going to be gratitude. No, it's going to be nothing but complaints about how horrible it is, because that's the anti-white narrative. But you're absolutely right, brother. Let's go ahead and roll on.
It continues. Welshness should be seen as a spectrum rather than a hierarchy. a patchwork quilt, says writer Hanan Issa. She is one of a number of contributors to a book, Welsh Plural, a collection of essays on the future of Wales that offers imaginative, radical perspectives that take us beyond the cliches and binaries that so often shape thinking about Wales and Welshness. So what we're clearly saying here is that they just want to white erase Wales. They want to take them away from all those things that are traditionally Welsh into a place that doesn't reflect the spirit of those people at all. And she says she wants to take us beyond the cliches and binaries of Welshness. And that's just a fancy word of saying she wants to white erase them.
Yep.
And you have to keep in mind also that when you're hearing this word Welsh, in your mind, every time you hear that, substitute it for white. Because I know some people might say, well, I'm not Welsh. Or they might say, oh, I didn't know Wales was like that. It isn't like that here, though. No. She would say the exact same thing about any white person in any country.
Yeah.
So you should take this personally, as if she was talking about your specific culture and people, because she is. She's only incidentally talking about Wales and Welsh people because that's the country that accepted her in.
Yeah.
But yeah, she would say the same for any white country. So keep that in mind. When she says Welsh, she means white. She's talking about you. And when we hear this disrespect towards the Welsh, it should be like a bully is picking on your little brother.
Precisely. That's a great point. No, that's a great point. Keep rolling.
All right, I'll keep going. The article continues. Writer and filmmaker Condemns Siobhan Walker. It's a very Welsh sounding name. Well, the last part sounds a bit Anglo, but
yeah.
Condemns said when she and her family moved from East London to the Powies in 2003, they were poster children for multiculturalism, for globalization. She said it was difficult finding anyone who knew how to work with the afro-textured hair, so a hairdresser would travel to see the family at home. Her mother found a man in Bristol who could order Jamaican ingredients, and finding somewhere that stocked her favourite Caribbean drink, sarsaparilla, was a regular mission. So, in other words, she's saying that, well, she's not saying that she's ill-suited to Wales. She's saying that Wales is ill-suited to her.
Great point.
Because Welsh hairdressers, they're not experienced with afro hair. The local stores don't stock Jamaican products. I mean, what's wrong with these Welsh people? Why aren't they experts on cutting afro hair? And why aren't your stores stacked with Jamaican products? Well, it's because this is Wales. It's not Jamaica.
Yeah.
What do you expect? And I'm sure if you went to Jamaica, the stores are not stacked with Welsh products, and their hairdressers would make a complete mess of a Welsh woman's hair.
Yeah.
So,
could you imagine taking the beautiful hair of a Welsh woman and then doing the dreadlock thing with? I mean, you've seen this. I mean, you don't have to imagine. You've seen white females do this, white males as well, turn their hair into dreadlocks, which of course now it used to be a sign of solidarity. Now, of course, it's appropriation of their culture. But I just want to point out before you keep rolling, you're doing a fantastic job, brother, is that she is still able to find a hairdresser that will actually travel to them in Wales. And she's still able to find the sarsaparilla, whatever it is that she likes so much from Jamaica. She's still able to get these things in Wales, even though she's so far from what biospiritually is home for her. And so instead of being grateful, thank God I'm on the other side of the planet and I could still get these things I love so much in Western civilization, it's, just like you said, another complaint. Why isn't Wales more black? Well, because Wales is white, because Wales is the biospirit of Western kind. That's why. But keep going, brother.
Yeah, exactly. How good must she have it that having trouble finding sarsaparilla, that's her problems in Wales. I'm sure there's a much bigger issues in Jamaica than that. But she also, she described her siblings, did you notice, as the poster children for multiculturalism and globalism.
Yeah.
Well, those two things are in direct conflict of there being a Welsh people and a Welsh culture. If you say that Welsh culture includes every culture on earth and the Welsh people are all the people of earth, you're saying that there's no such thing as Welsh people and Welsh culture. We're saying there shouldn't be such a thing. And that's what these people want, to erase the Welsh identity. So it continues. She also writes about the everyday dispossession of white strangers asking, "Where are you from?" It's a very loaded question, I think. People know that, she explained. You come from somewhere else. Maybe your family comes from somewhere else, or like your ancestors do, they know that history is fraught, and so it feels often quite entitled. What trauma do you come from? Like, what's gone on there? She said by the time she got into her 20s, she started simply saying, "I'm from here. I don't want to get into it with strangers usually." She said when a black person asks the question, the same question, it's almost completely different conversation because they're going to tell me where they're from. It's more like an excitement. We're going to compare, take out our little family histories and be like, look how kind of similar but different they are. She said white people who ask her where she is from usually decided her history is kind of ubiquitous and I'll start that again. She said white people who ask her where she is from have usually decided their history is kind of ubiquitous and uninteresting, and they don't need to explain themselves to me. Sorry, I'm having a bit trouble reading this because she's kind of speaking broken English.
Yeah.
I'm not sorry, it's her fault.
Yeah.
But that last bit, she just mentioned that white people think their background is boring. Yes, that's true. White people do think that, and that's thanks to Antiwhitism. But
Precisely.
Did you notice there? I thought it was good she actually got out ahead and described the double standard herself. She says that when a non-white asks where she's from, that's great. They're excited to know more about her. It's wonderful. But when a white person asks the same question, she knows their true intentions. It's malicious and it's hate-filled. So what does that tell you? When two people can say the exact thing, but only when the white person says it, they're accused of bigotry. What's that called? It's anti-white.
Yes.
And this is important because a lot of white people, they just want to know the rules so they can follow them. They're just asking, tell me the rules, tell me what I've got to say and think so you won't call me a racist. But this writer is making it clear that there are no consistent rules. It's just whatever is needed to get to that anti-white conclusion.
Yeah, precisely. And we'll go, brother, to the top of the hour together, so you don't have to rush with any of this. But this idea, there are a couple things, obviously, I just want to say quickly. When you are in a country, and when you are in an area, and the person you're speaking to is also in that area, lives there, you assume they know about the place. So in this case, it's Wales. So somebody walking up to this anti-white black female would assume she knows about Wales. She lives in Wales. So what would there be to explain? In fact, if they tried to explain Wales to her, she would be extremely aggrieved. Why would you think I don't know just because of my skin color? So people will assume that you know about the place you live, especially if it's been any period of time. But she is taking the different stance that she's being interrogated. So just like you said, it's exactly like you said. When the exact same words come out of a white person's mouth, then they're evil. And when those words, the exact same words come out of a non-white person's mouth, well, then it's wonderful. And the deal is that she's actually feeling, and when it's another black person, she's feeling biospiritually connected to them. She's not feeling biospiritually connected to the Welsh people she lives among. And that's not the white people's fault. If she doesn't like living in a place where she doesn't feel connected, then she should move the hell out instead of trying to white erase Western civilization so that she can feel comfortable. This is what we talk about, folks. Where is this family in Wales right now? They are in a state of numerical diffidence. So what's going to happen is they're going to enclave. They're others that are more similar to them or identical to them biospiritually will move together. Why? Because that's where they will feel the harmony. They will be seeing what's inside of them reflected back at them. Their instincts has nothing to do. I mean, race is far deeper than skin deep, as we say. So they will begin to live amongst each other. And then if they reach a point of numerical courage, as we call it, they will begin to change that landscape of Wales so that what they see in Wales reflects their instinctual nature. And you can get an idea of what that looks like by looking at the lands whence they came. But please, brother, continue.
Yeah, you're right. And I was imagining, if you're a Welsh person and you invite this woman over to your house and you've cooked this huge Welsh feast of lamb stew and lava bread and pancakes, but for her, you've made a special dish of spicy Jamaican, rice or whatever they eat. You've made it specially for her. She would be outraged that you're treating her as a foreigner when she grew up in Wales. But let's say you don't do that and you just feed her the Welsh food that everybody else is eating. She'd also be outraged that you didn't accommodate for her Jamaican tastes and preferences.
Precisely.
So what's that? When it doesn't matter what you do, these people will still claim you're the villain. That means you've just found out that it isn't actually about the food. It's not about these specific circumstances and rules. It has nothing to do with your actions. She's just anti-white and she's just making up excuses for being anti-white. And by the way, I should say also that I speak to a lot of races and none of them are offended when I ask where they're from. I've asked Indians, I've asked Chinese and Arabs, and none of them are offended. So this isn't a problem with non-whites. It's a problem with anti-whites.
Yes, correct.
And let's just say that the BBC had asked a non-white person what they think of Welsh, and he said, "Oh, I love them. They're friendly people with a great culture and they should be proud of who they are." The BBC would just never publish that interview. So, as I said, the problem is not the non-whites, it's the anti-whites. But I'll continue with the article. This is the next person they interviewed. Writer Hanan Issa, 35, from Cardiff, said it was a discussion about the frustrations of how narrow the perception of Welshness is at the Hay Festival with the 3 other Welsh writers that eventually led them to work on the book. So apparently she's at this Welsh festival and she's used that as an opportunity to attack Welsh people. She said she had always had a plural perception of identity. I'm mixed race. I've got Welsh heritage and Iraqi heritage, she said. She said people had sometimes assumed she was not Welsh because of her appearance. Not so much recently, but I have had experiences where people would say things like, "Oh, your English is very good." It doesn't work, this idea that you have to look Welsh. So there she's saying that there's a perception about what it means to be Welsh, and she claims that it's just too narrow a perception. But I'm wondering, who was it that came up with this perception? Who was it who decided on what the Welsh identity would be like? Well, it was a Welsh, obviously. Mm-hmm. And she thinks that's not fair because she's half Iraqi and she practices a lot of Iraqi culture. But hang on a minute, Iraq's a different country. Iraq is not Wales. So she's saying Welsh culture should be expanded to also include all the practices of Iraq. So when the Welsh people see her wearing her burqa and notice, that's something a bit different, that's from a different culture. No, she expects them to think, no, the burqa is part of the Welsh culture. Mm. But she also talks about the I can't say this word.
Plurality.
I'm not even going to try. But she has admitted that she's both Welsh and Iraqi heritage. So she is allowed to speak of the 2 distinct cultures, but demands that white people just see it as one culture, just one Welsh culture. She's allowed to think of it as 2, but we're not.
Precisely. Yes.
And that's why you have to say to these people, you don't look too deeply into this hypocrisy and these arguments. You say to these people, oh, you're anti-white. Okay, I get it.
Yeah.
You hate white people. Thanks for letting me know. Because there's no way you can make sense of what they're saying. And it doesn't need to make sense. It just has to be anti-white.
That's perfect. I mean, you're saying exactly like it is. You folks, Lovely Porridge is a brilliant guy. And he's pointing out some things that you just are not going to find from folks who consider themselves conservative content creators. You're not going to find from people who consider themselves Republican content creators, and many other places as well. You're not going to hear the reality that these anti-whites, and that's all that matters when it comes to any group of people, any race, is sex, gender, whatever people think they are. All that matters is whether or not they're anti-white, not the thing that they are intrinsically. And here you have these anti-whites making an argument, or rather arguments that are contradictory. And all that it proves, if you have the eyes to see it, what it proves if you have the eyes to see it, is that they are putting forth pretexts to arrive at the victimization of Western kind. What's that victimization? The white erasure of the Welsh ethnicity. And I have no doubt that if not these anti-whites, other anti-whites will make these same arguments and also claim that there is no Welsh ethnicity, that it doesn't actually exist. And so therefore, why are you defending something that doesn't even really exist? Because, the Welsh got this dish of food, the idea for this dish of food from some other group of people. They modified it and made it different, but it was originally something else. And then they also eat bananas. They have them shipped in or whatever. This is the way the anti-white mind works. And that is why we focus on whether or not a person has declared themselves to be, by way of their words and actions, anti-white, rather than on their sex, gender, any other immutable characteristics, race, etc., or religion, or whatever it might be. You can clearly see here people who despise Western kind so much that they want to erase the identity of a very distinct group of white people. We're not going to, I have no desire whatsoever, Porridge has no desire whatsoever to erase Iraqi culture. We have no desire whatsoever to erase Jamaican culture. We have no desire to go to these countries and say, well, it doesn't really exist. It's a plurality of cultures here, and you all have your little divisions as well. So therefore, ergo, none of it actually exists. And so all of your shopping centers better start carrying the things that I'm used to having in Virginia and the things that Porridge is used to having in Australia. You better include everywhere. Of course, that wouldn't even be permitted to have. They would probably, we would get the witch treatment in some of these other countries for sure. But here they are, access to the greatest healthcare the world has ever known, better than our kings of yore, wealth better than our kings of yore, lifespan, etc., better than our wealthiest of yore, and it's nothing but complaint. She wants to. You guys are not seeing the pictures on this article, and I can't put it up on the screen because anti-whites will use this as an excuse to censor me from the platform, I'm sure, even though they don't do it elsewhere. But these authors are dressing themselves to look not like the Welsh. So it's not even like they're claiming, well, my skin's just a little different or whatever it might be, and therefore it's terribly problematic for me. You are dressed up like an Iraqi. What do you think? Yes, there is a Welsh look, and it's white, goddammit. I mean, that's period. And you can be Welsh. You can be a paper Welsh, and you can contribute to the UK. You could be wonderful and celebrated. You could do wonderful things. You could be in the armed forces. You could be a police. You could do wonderful things, and pay your dues, even certainly more so than white people. But you're always going to be who and what you are, and you could be a member of the country. You can be a member of the United Kingdom. You can live in the Welsh countryside, but you cannot be what instinctually you are not, nor are we going to accept any longer you saying that what we are doesn't exist, or that it has to be pluralistic, or that and therefore doesn't exist, because anything that is everything is nothing. We're done with it. But Porridge, let's continue, brother. You're doing fantastic.
Thanks. Absolutely agree with what you said.
Uh-oh.
What is this?
Oh, your audio is screwing up a little bit there. Start again.
Okay, am I coming through clear now?
A little bit of robot. I wonder. Let me check on this end and see if there's.
Do you want me to leave the stream and jump back on?
Yeah, let's try that. We'll just go ahead and jump straight to that and see if that'll fix the issue. And then we will continue to roll. And I'm seeing if there's anything I can do here to potentially remedy if the issue's on my end. And let's try again.
Am I coming through clear now?
Even better than before. Keep rolling,
fantastic.
brother.
Okay. Hanan said there was a very strange luminous space between being seen as something foreign, but having all these experiences that were very Welsh. So what does it mean to be Welsh? Hanan said that an integral part of Islamic faith is caliphate, meaning caretaker. She wrote, perhaps Wales and Welshness belongs to all those who care for her and the people who call it her home. And I understand her feeling a bit out of place in Wales. I mean, she has nothing to complain about. She's incredibly lucky to live in such a beautiful place with nice people and everything she could ever need. But I understand she feels a bit out of place. But the problem is she's putting the blame onto Welsh people for that feeling. And it's actually her parents' choice. Two people from very different cultures got married, and their children are in this kind of confusing position where they recognise that they are a bit different. But like I said, you can't blame that on the Welsh people and lash out at them. Do you think a little blonde kid in Ethiopia isn't going to stand out? Or do you think a 6'5" Nordic guy isn't going to get some stares if he goes to China? You know?
Yeah.
It's like, I went to China and you wouldn't believe it. All the restaurants were serving nothing but Chinese food. I had to drive 10 miles to find a Vegemite sandwich and couldn't understand a word anyone was saying because they're all speaking Mandarin or something. And everyone was Chinese, which made me feel different. It's just outrageous, you know?
Yeah.
It's outrageous that it's considered the norm in China to be Chinese. What terrible, terrible
people. Oh my God,
it
just sounds so absolute. And that's a perfect way to wake folks up. It's so outrageous that being Chinese is the norm in China.
Yeah, but imagine then that the Chinese state media published my comments and put my photo up there as though I'm the righteous good one. And Chinese need to read this article and say, oh, I feel really guilty about this guy isn't happy with us and he doesn't like us. It's absolutely insane. It's the only reason when it's hard to comprehend for us because we've grown up with this kind of attitude. But I do agree with her final statement about that the Welshness belongs to all those who care for her and the people who call her home. I like that, and I can get behind that. But the problem is the people in this article obviously don't care for Welshness, and they don't want to protect it and preserve it and celebrate the people. And most of all, you can't protect Wales and you can't love Wales if you're anti-white. And so that's her biggest problem here. She's not at all interested in saying what she's about, caring for Wales. No, she wants to radically change it to suit her people. So they will be the norm there. So that's basically the whole article. I took out the main parts. And I've also realized since that Radio Albion has covered this article as well. And they did a good job, touched on some of the same things we've talked about as well. But yeah, anything about her last statements there, Jason, you want to point out?
No, I think it's you said it beautifully. That's exactly once the environment, and this is what we teach in Go Free. folks. And if you haven't decided this is a practice, it's a method. There's no political party that's going to recapture our destiny. Violence is not going to recapture our destiny. The only way that we recapture our destiny is social / cultural / psychological. People love to talk about Frankfurt School. The same folks who would talk about the Frankfurt School endlessly, about how anti-white Jewish people, which is what they claim at the Frankfurt School, maybe they're right, maybe they're not, came up with these wonderful concepts or demonic concepts that then anti-white oligarchs use their money to spread, that undermined the West without a shot being fired, are the same folks who will say that concepts and words don't do anything. Don't listen to Jason and Porridge and Brent Danger and Fornull and Jared George, and don't listen to all these champions because words don't do anything. You know what I think increasingly is that it's not like half of these people who have built themselves up with reputations as white sympathetic that are really crypto anti-whites. It might be more. It might be like 80% of them, because no one could be so dumb as to argue about the Frankfurt School as what undermined us, and then turn right around and say, well, this method of going for the anti-white narrative, it's just words, doesn't work. We've already revolutionized the world with the concepts that we're using here. And we specifically talk about how every group of mankind has their own, what we refer to as a biospirit. And what you're seeing here is the biospiritual incongruity of multiracialism. You've seen it throughout history. And what happens when you have people who are biospiritually different? So you can think of it in terms of instinct. If you don't like biospirit, think of it in terms, every animal has an instinct. We live in the bodies of animals, whether you believe there is a god or gods or not. And therefore, they all have instinct. And that instinct bodied forth, the more intelligent the animal, the more diverse the bodying forth on the animal's environment. You can think of those birds, the name's not coming to me right now, that collect those multiple different colors of items around their nest to make their nest more attractive than the other bird's nest, so that the female will choose them as a mate. The more intelligent, the more diverse the expression of instinct on the environment. Humanity is a very intelligent animal. Our expression in aggregate of each group of people is what we refer to as culture. We seek to harmonize with what we project onto our environment around us. These individuals here in these stories where they're endlessly complaining about how they don't feel comfortable in Wales, they're right. They don't feel comfortable, just like I would not feel comfortable in Japan or China, or I would be able to appreciate their intelligence. I would be able to appreciate their architecture. I would be able to appreciate the beauty of the people, the history of the people, but I would never feel in harmony with any of it. And so the same thing for me to do if I want to live there is to say, these are their ways. This is where I have to live. I'm going to defer to them because this is their home. This is what they've built. The insane, effronterous thing to do would be to try to remake their environment, to Chinese guilt them, to Japanese guilt them, to Nicaragua guilt them, to whatever it might be, to guilt them for expressing themselves in the world that they create, so that they won't do it anymore, so that I can see myself reflected back at me. Well, there is no such thing as a multicultural environment. As soon as you have two or more, it doesn't last. As soon as you have two or more cultures that have both achieved numerical courage, you are in a cultural arms race. And that's what we are in the West, a cultural arms race. And you can go ahead and look at the history books and find out how those end. But of course, check with CNN because they have the answer to all things, MSNBC as well. And their answer is going to be, well, it works out well because white people are gone. But go ahead, brother.
Thanks, Jason. Yeah, exactly. And with your book, Go Free, it's allowing us to see things a lot more clearly, because what we're doing here is not doom dissecting. We're not having a laugh about the article and pointing out the hypocrisies. What we're doing is translating it and interpreting it so that we're at the center of the story, and then we can correctly see what the true intentions are behind it, so we can wholesale reject it on the right premise. And that's what we're trying to do. By using your method is absolutely the best way to do it. It's the most clear way to do it. These people at the BBC, you should feel highly offended. You should be shocked by something like this, because I read through the whole article apparently it's about Welsh identity. I did not find a single positive thing said about the Welsh people, not a single one. And negative things, well, you just heard from what I read. It was all negative. Here's a problem. Here's a problem. I don't feel happy here. I don't like it here. People are bad. It's and if you had said to the BBC, oh, we pay you all this money, why don't you do something in support of us? Why don't you talk about our culture? The BBC would say, oh, we do talk about your culture. We just had this article, see, about the Welsh identity. Yeah, you rubbished it. You slandered it. You spit venom for our people. That's what you did. And people, if you live there, ring them up. That these people are meant to work for you, or speak to somebody and just tell them it's not acceptable. And I would like to be able to speak to the contributors of that article as well, and just say how personally insulted I am by what they've said, because it's just complete anti-white drivel. It's unacceptable to be anti-white in an anti-white country. We should never accept any degree of anti-whiteism in a white country.
Precisely. Yeah, very, very well stated. And that's, folks, I mean, you got to heed what Porridge is saying there. We have to be offended at the presence of anti-whiteism. And you tell people that you're offended. Now, that doesn't mean that anti-whites the hardcore anti-whites are going to change anything they're doing or care that you're offended because you're white. What it does mean is that everyone else, the millions and millions and millions of white people that we have to either empower with the most powerful concepts of the lexicon and dialectics of going free, and or bring over to the practice of going free. What it does mean is that they get to see moral outrage expressed at the victimization of Western kind, of which they know themselves to be a part. And it's that sort of stance, it's that sort of intolerance of anti-whiteism that is going to enable us to reach, by way of suffusing our countries and boardrooms and shops and the rest with the lexicon, so that our folk can stand up where they are in a moral way against the anti-whites and the things that they're doing. So you could think about these contributors. If they had white friends, that when they expressed because they have the opposite. They have anti-white friends. But if they had white friends that who were going to be intolerant of anti-whiteism, they would not have been participating in this book. The likelihood of their participation would have been far slimmer, because they would have been forced to see themselves as the villain, as the immoral actor on the stage of society, specifically in the region of Wales. And that's something that very few people are wont to do. You need to understand human nature. Porridge is 100% correct. Your final thoughts, brother. What do you got for us?
Well, if the article was honest and they said the problem with Welsh culture, I can give you a problem in Welsh culture. The main problem, and it's a huge one, is anti-Whiteism. And the fact that the Welsh people would put up with an article like this, that's the problem. And white guilt, of course, it's the root cause of all of it. So I would like the white people to understand that these people don't want for their well-being. We do. We love the Welsh people. So whose side are you going to take? Who wants the best for you? These people who hate you or the people who love you? And I do really like Welsh people. That kind of whole area reminds me of Hobbitsville or something. They've kind of kept to themselves, a beautiful country, nice. it's rugged land, but also nice rolling hills, and the people are very, I'd say, relaxed and mild type of people, very gentle people. And I wrote for Brant Danger's School of the West. I did an episode on the Welsh people, on Meet Your People. Another problem with the Welsh culture is that some of their words, they're huge. And I got this link. I don't know if you want to play the song, but it's a song about how to pronounce the word of this town, and this name of the town is just crazy. It's like 40 syllables, but that's kind of typical of the Welsh language. Their words are huge, but it's a funny little song just to teach you. But I would just say, to go back to my main points, is that this isn't just about the Welsh, it's about white people, because she has no problem with the non-white people in Wales and how they behave. It's only with the white people, and she feels the same about everybody else. So when you read that, you should have it in your mind, they're just saying anti-white things constantly. They're just expressing that they don't like white people. That's all there is to it. If you don't get anything else from the article, just get that from our interpretation. But thanks for having me on, Jason, and guiding me through it. And I appreciate being able to get that off my chest.
Well, you did a magnificent job. And let's get the great, lovely Porridge a big round of raucous emojis and bringing this article to our attention. It was very instructive, and that's the most important thing. And you can see here how Porridge approached this the proper way. There's only one way. It's the proper way. It's not about doom dissecting. It's not about doom documenting. Just looking at the hypocrisy. I've had 3 decades of that garbage, and I've been trying to argue for Fernell says it right. Fernell says, love this guy. Absolutely. Thank you for that. I've had 3 decades of arguing with people in the white sympathetic sphere about we got to put an end to this pointing out the hypocrisy, the double standard, and then saying, if we did that, and talking about how bad it is, and then who's behind this, and then that is considered the substance of activism for our people. That's nothing. That is nothing. We just shared with you the substance of changing the world for the recapture of our destiny. This is it. This is the way it works. If you don't like it, I get that most people, they don't want a remedy. They just want their idiosyncrasies, and they just want to hear about how bad it is so that they can have the worst story. But for everybody else, welcome to the first day of the rest of your life. Porridge, we love you, man. We'll have you back anytime, all right?
Thanks, Jason. Yep, anytime. Great to be on. Thanks, mate.
All right, man. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Exactly what people think, and this is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
All right, that was magnificent. Porridge is great. He's just one of the best. We're all over the world. You think about all of these other groups out there, and they might be in this country, or that's like in this one little state here of this country or province or whatever it might be. We're worldwide. That's power. We've been in the press worldwide. That's power. And winning in the press worldwide, not just named as evil, the bad guy in the press worldwide. We're going to get to the Going Free lesson of the day in just a moment. But first, I want to take a little read at the latest between what's going on with Russia and Ukraine, and answer any questions or look at any comments that you all might have about the conflict there, and what might be the overall objective of Russia, Ukraine, etc. And then we'll move on to the lesson of the day. I'll take a quick look at, looks like we have one more financial gift over here on Entropy from a great champion, a truly epic champion, stands astride the world for White Wellbeing. a $10 financial gift from Promethean Promulgation. He says, I'm regularly asked where I am from. No one has ever been offended because I'm a white guy. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I never get offended being asked if a white person is somewhere and we're asked where we're from. We're not in the anti-white narrative built into it as the villain or as the victim rather, and then we can immediately say, "Oh, I'm so offended by you inquiring." You don't inquire of others, of brown people or yellow people or black people or tan people or whatever it might be, because everybody's just referred to with these colors because they want to really trivialize what it really means to be a member of a people for the white race. They want to do that, of course. Western kind, Westmen, which is what we use. So we're not able to do that. You're only able to do that when you were built into the narrative, the anti-white narrative in this case, as this eternal victim. So the one girl, the black little girl, how old was she? She's quite young. She's quite young. And so she's already suffered like 17,000 years of oppression. And also true with how old is the Iraqi woman? I don't know. Is she in her 30s, maybe? So also 17,000 years of oppression. I mean, it's despicable. It's absolutely despicable. There was one part of it where, as I skimmed, I saw she was, and I think Porridge may have read the part where she was talking about going out and walking or something like this, and gets looked at, and you know, when I went on one of my visits to the UK, and who knows if they'd even let me back in ever again, one of my countries, because I'm a Westman. I went to a little town, and I went into a little, what is it called? Like a Publix, or we had a name like that, grocery store. And the Brits can correct me. And I was speaking to the person I was with, and the two teenage girls who worked there stocking shelves, which, by the way, wouldn't that be something in America? But two teenage white girls stocking the shelves, they heard my accent, and they followed me around trying to hear me speak. I did not conclude any of the objectionable things that these people conclude. I, of course, concluded that they don't hear my accent often in this little town. And so this is a novelty to them. They think it's neat. So if you go, it just like Porridge was talking about, if you're like this guy from Finland or Norway or something, and you're 6.5 feet tall, and you're walking through a town in Japan, people are going to look at you maybe a little longer than they would if they looked over and they saw another Japanese guy walking by, because they're going to say, "Oh, that's unusual. You don't see one of those guys very often." So that's just the way the world is. It cannot be, you have a species of animal, humanity, broken up into races like breeds. And if you want a different outcome, you're going to need a different species. But of course, they don't actually care about these pretexts. The pretexts are just to get to our victimization. Now, if you are new, and I hope you are, welcome. Thank you for being here. Probably a lot of what we're talking about has sounded quite different to what you're used to. The stereotypes definitely don't fit here. Please tag me as No White Gill. Make statements. I will look at them. Ask questions. I will read them. That's why we are gathering, so that we can address those things. Until then, and let me check Cash App and make sure that it is still blank and I didn't miss anybody. Okay, it is. Ukraine live updates. Russian airstrikes kill at least 35 at base near Polish border. More than 100 were injured after missiles hit a base used to train foreign fighters. An American journalist was killed while reporting in a Kiev suburb that has come under heavy shelling. Now, I looked into this, and I actually preferred the pronunciation Kiev. I think that's attractive. The pronunciation Kiev and the change in the spelling, I find less attractive. That's just my aesthetic, my personal aesthetic. Now, apparently, Kiev was what it was called when the city was under the control of the Soviet Union. But then when the Soviet Union fell apart, there was a movement to change the name and to make perhaps it fit more with the Ukrainian language, and it's now Kiev. So I think Kiev is the proper pronunciation, but it sounds like what you're doing when you're leaned over a toilet. But nonetheless, Kiev was actually a lovely sounding. Perhaps they should have a movement to go back the other direction. Just spell it differently. Give it a Ukrainian spelling. Ukraine. Latest developments in Ukraine. Russia took, and if I'm wrong, then I'm wrong. Check with other sources to get and of course I'm just entertaining you. So check with other sources for legitimate info. Ukraine. Russia took direct aim on Sunday at a training site for foreign fighters in Ukraine, launching a barrage of airstrikes at a military base near the Polish border that killed at least 35 people and brought the war perilously closer to NATO's doorstep. And this is New York Times garbage. So the implication here, the message here for the boobs in the West is that, so that's just your average, your vague, what we refer to as vagues, is to say that, well, this is on the verge of World War III, and because they're getting close to a NATO country. They already abut a couple of NATO countries, Russia. Unless I'm wrong, aren't there like 30 NATO countries? And I think they already abut maybe 2 NATO countries. And so maybe I'm trying to recall which exactly those are, but if they're waging war against or military action against, remember the United States called what they did in Vietnam a police action for 10 years of war. So this is far less from what it appears to me. I mean, I'm only getting the information given to me by the media in the United States, the UK, and other countries as well. So I don't have an omniscient way of knowing exactly what's taking place. So my opinion is that it is something less than what we saw in Vietnam. If you could have a comparison there, certainly 2 weeks, 10 years, there's a bit of a difference there. And if Russia is at war with Ukraine, then certainly the war would go all the way to the border with Ukraine's neighbors. Why? Because idiots in some of these other countries, specifically U.S., UK, Poland, are ostensibly, I'm not going to say are for sure, sending weapons across the border to Ukraine. Now, my personal position is that I want all the killing to stop. I don't want any more brothers' wars. I don't want white people killing. I don't want anybody killing anybody. But we're done with brothers' wars. After World War II, we should really be putting our foot down and saying, no more, end of this nonsense. So there isn't, in my opinion, and I could be wrong, there isn't a way in hell for Ukraine, no matter how many weapons you give them, to be able to fight off Russia. You have a far bigger military, a far superior military, even though supposedly it looks like there's a lot of botched things taking place in the Russian military, far more superior and advanced military in Russia. And they have this massive border. They can just continue moving supplies across this border, and very flat terrain as well. Ukraine, beautiful country. Imagine during like the growing and harvest seasons, beautiful people. Wonderful people. So it's not possible for Ukraine to, in my opinion, to win, to fend off Russia. So the weapons, if there are weapons being shipped across the border into Ukraine, that would just increase the number of deaths of dead white people, dead sons from Russia, and dead sons and daughters and the elderly and etc. in Ukraine. And those people are dying, I would guess, not because of what the media is saying in the United States, that civilians are being targeted. I don't know. I have no way of knowing for sure. I'm not stating any facts, but I think it's unlikely that Russia is targeting civilians. I think probably what's happening is collateral damage. So in some cases, but again, I don't know for sure. But in some cases, you have civilian structures hit accidentally. In other cases, you have snipers and things like this posted up in civilian areas. And when they take them out, civilians are collateral damage in those efforts. That's what I'm guessing. I don't know for sure. What I also don't see is pitched military battles in Ukraine. So in other words, you don't have like a front where the Ukrainian military has come out and met the Russian military, and they're out on these wide plains of Ukraine having it out. And therefore, there is at least the semblance of a chance for Ukraine. Instead, what I've seen, and it's subject to being corrected, is the Ukrainian resistance taking the form of like snipers and like guerrilla warfare. So shoot a missile and run away. Shoot a tank and blow it up and then run away. And that, of course, is not going to be able to win in total war. In Vietnam, the United States had more than one hand tied behind its back. It didn't wage total war in Vietnam. And therefore, you could have guerrilla warfare. In Afghanistan, you have a different type of scenario where you have seemingly countless square kilometers, square miles of cavernous and valleys and a region and where people can hide, your adversaries can hide, and they are prepared. They live in these environments. They're prepared to live there their whole lives, and then come out of these hiding holes to just continually vex and continually vex. And mind you, Afghanistan was able to resist the Soviet Union, in my opinion, because of one weapon that the United States supplied, the Stinger missile. If it weren't for the Stinger, then, at least that's what I think it was called, in my opinion, Afghanistan would have fallen to the Soviets because of these, what is it, like the Mi-24 or whatever it was, helicopter, these flying fortresses. They wouldn't be able to shoot them down. And these things would be able to swoop in at any moment, and the Soviets would just have no compunction whatsoever of leaving nothing living, even the animals, at that time. So in my opinion, what's going to end up happening is, if there are weapons coming across the border, this will protract the time it takes for Russia to complete what I believe is inevitable, although it might not be. And as a consequence, there'll be far more dead people. There'll be far more suffering. And I want an end to the suffering. I want an end to the war. And in my opinion, what is the river that goes through? What is that river that goes down like not the center, but like east? I think it's Dnieper River. Is that what it is? The Dnieper River. My guess is that Russia will want everything east of the Dnieper River and maybe give it a new name. And then everything west of the Dnieper River, except for the south, where it abuts the Black Sea. I think Russia will probably want to maintain full control of that. But everything else to the west in Ukraine, they'll probably want a government that's friendly to Russia and won't be interested in weapons from the U.S. It won't try to fight off Russia, won't, that sort of thing. That's my guess at this moment. But that means, of course, that Russia is going to go all the way up to the border with Poland and other countries and destroy anything coming in. Because anything coming in is going to mean more dead Russians, but it's also going to mean more dead Ukrainians. The Russians might not be caring about that, but then again, maybe they are. I don't know. Because in the end, when they're done with the conquest, the subjugation, when they're done with it, they're going to want a population that isn't hostile for the next 3 generations. Again, it's my guess. I don't know for sure. A day after warning that weapons flowing into Ukraine from Western allies were, quote, legitimate targets, Russia carried out the aerial assault against the base 12 miles from the frontier with Poland, where American troops are deployed to bolster NATO's defenses. Ukrainian officials said that Russian warplanes launched from Western Russia and the Black Sea fired about 30 missiles, 22 of which were intercepted by Ukraine's air defenses. Maybe they were intercepted. But let me see what you all are saying, and then we're going to roll if you all want to talk any more about Russia or not, and we'll roll right along. Violence is life. We wish that weren't the case, but hello to you. Diamond Dust is here. Great to see you. I bet that other white people in Wales don't complain about the place being too Welsh. Yeah, I wouldn't. Great point. Diamond Dust. Great name, great point. Yeah, if I lived in Wales, because white people, we like diversity. It's just one of the things about us. We really like diversity, and it's used against us because there is ample diversity in our race. Maybe that's how we got so much diversity, is because we enjoy diversity. But since I love diversity, I would go live. If I had to live in Wales, I would find it to be the most magical, remarkable thing ever. And I would want to use their words, just like when I even visit the UK. I do my best to call like trucks, lorries, and I etc. So absolutely, you're correct. I would love it. Great Brant Danger giving some explosive power to Jubilation Media. Lovely Porridge. Thank you, Brant. One of Western kind. Great to see you. Boyd is here. Great to see you. Calvin, hello to you. Rory says, I think Porridge was talking about the Welsh town named, oh my God. Wow. Is that really the name? Oh my Lord. Well, the Welsh would have to, if I lived there, I would allow them to school me, and I would eventually know how to even pronounce the name of that town. I might want to even live in it so that I could tell people to come visit me there. Let's see. Julie Storm says, hi there. I'm on a road trip, stopped for petrol. Petrol. And that's what in the UK is used for gas. Ben is here. Great to see you. The Spaniard, hello to you. Jonas is with us. Great to see you, brother. Katie is with us. Hello to you. Kevin Jones, hello and welcome. Machiavellia sucks to go is here. Says, I saw, LOL, I saw this one movie clip where we are supposed to feel sorry for a woman because English is her second language. Oh, yeah. You see, the thing is that, and somebody earlier, who was that? Mentioned It was conquer your future. Said, I challenge no white guilt. Well, thank you for challenging me. On guard. If he is legit, unhealthy, is not bashing white women, he writes, but focusing on the strength of the good women. Women are the front lines of this unconventional warfare as well. And I agree with that. They are absolutely the front lines. Why? Because a man hearing that a girl, that we should feel sorry for a woman or a man or something because English is their second language, a man's going to be like, learn the language or get out. But a lot of women are going to go, oh, the heartstrings, she's sad. And so the world must be changed so that she doesn't have to suffer anymore. Can't we get her some payments, monthly payments? Most women, not all women, and an increasing number of white women are coming to the reality, just like an increasing number of white men are coming to the reality of what all of this has been aimed at doing, which is victimizing our people. This is what we refer to, what the anti-whites bring out against us, is what we refer to as mis-pretexting, M-I-S, moralized, intellectualized, sentimentalized pretexts to arrive at anti-white conclusions. And white people have allowed themselves to fall for it. And you have many homes where, even though the man has, you do have the reverse occasionally as well, but where the man has said enough is enough, the woman is still feeling emotional about the suffering of the people who get to come and live in the West from the land that their people made. And since the woman controls the house, it has to work her way or the highway. But there are cases where it's reversed. We have women in this community whose husbands are anti-white scum, and they're the good ones in the house. And we definitely embrace these wonderful people. Brent is here. Hello to you. Promethean Promulgation writes, people do get scared when I mention that the reason I speak differently is because I'm autistic. I just laugh it off. There you go. That's how you need to be in the world. If you have a world where, and of course this is don't take the anti-white pretexts at face value, because they don't make sense. So this is what conservative content creators and leaders and conservative leaders, Republican leaders, patriot leaders, this is what they do all the time. And they mislead the people who are following them by the millions. You know, they'll say, let's unpack that argument that they're making here, the pretext. Let's unpack it. And you get nowhere with that because no, it doesn't make sense. I can tell you before we start talking. We can cut through a lot of the BS. It doesn't make sense because it's not meant to. It's just meant to, in the moment, get from where you are right now to you lowering your defenses so that anti-whites can victimize you and our people. That's it. You don't need to know more. Let's see. Fit and healthy at any age is with us. Says greetings. No way. Big greetings to you. Thank you, brother. Great to see you. Gabby writes, my African friend kids always want to play with my hair. As long as their hands are clean and they don't mess it up, I'm cool with it. Cool. Yeah, I'm sure they are unfamiliar with the texture of our hair. Nancy Drew is with us. Welcome, welcome. Mark is with us. Hello to you. Let's see, just moving through here, and then we're going to get on to the lesson. Post 9/11, we were told not to treat Muslims, Arabs, etc., as bad as Japanese were in WW2, and called bigots if we asked them to denounce hijackers. Different rules for Russians, though. Well, precisely. Precisely, Janice. That is par for the course for anti-whites. And they have no problem arguing with absolute seeming sincerity and vehemence contradictory positions, as long as both of those positions get to an anti-white conclusion. So what do? You just cut right through it and you say, you're an anti-white POS. Why are you such an anti-white POS? You're using one position here, another position there. Proves you're anti-white. Tell me why. What's wrong with you? And you will actually get anti-whites who will come unglued and they'll start just openly saying, white people should be victimized. And then you've won. Jenna says they're encouraging hate toward Russians in general. Just wrong. Also, Ukraine has been attacking Donbass region for 8 years. I hope this ends soon. I hope it ends soon too. I don't want any more bloodshed. I don't want any civilians of any background. I want no more harm to anybody. We unfortunately are not able to influence on a big scale what's taking place there. And yeah, the anti-white oligarchs in the United States and the coalition, they want to dehumanize and demonize the Russians now. And so you're going to get the full-scale demonization of a people. Now, that doesn't mean that all Russians are wonderful people. Don't fall for this, dichotomic. If they say they're bad, then they're good. I mean, I see content creators say that kind of thing all the time to their audiences, and the people just absorb it, and it's really superficial, low IQ thinking. So they are definitely demonizing the Russians leadership. Many of them even demonizing Russian people. Doesn't mean that all Russians are good, but certainly not all Russians are bad. Not all Ukrainians are good. Not all Ukrainians are bad. Let me see what else, and then I'll get right into Jonas saying the Dnieper, unless I'm not supposed to ignore the D. I feel like the people from countries that weren't part of the Eastern Bloc don't really understand how disliked Russia is over here. Historically, we've all had bad experiences. I don't doubt that at all. When you have another country come in and dominate your smaller country, there is animosity. Like right now, for example, they had this guy. Yushay says, do you change your accent in UK? No. But I wouldn't. Coconut is here. Great to see you, sister. I would not be upset or offended for my brothers and sisters in the UK to laugh at my accent or to think it's funny the way I say something, say this or that or whatever it might be. It wouldn't bother me. All right, we're going to jump over here. Let's refresh this, take a quick look, and we're going to keep rolling. And right after I look at this, we're going to have Yiz the Unifier join us because she's going to share with us a big surprise. Don't go anywhere. Internal threats. This is second edition. This is Go Free, second edition, iteration 2, page 101. Internal threats, infections, and symptoms. The level 2 L2 material is designed to help you identify the MPs, mean pathogens, anti-white ideas, you are infected with, as well as establish the causal and exacerbating relationships between those MPs and your white noir, the spiritual, physical, and emotional trauma that undermines the attainment of your potential and reduces your ability to manifest, attain, and satisfy your desires. The most destructive MPs are locked deeply in the subconscious mind, making them difficult to identify and address. The process of identifying the causal and exacerbating links between MPs and your white noir is complicated by a host of factors, such as the dynamism of human thought and the circumstance, variation, and date of the infection. For example, the earlier in life you were infected with an MP, the greater the control it wields over your thoughts and behavior. The most powerful MP infections, therefore, are those we are infected with as children. Think about these anti-white feminists who want to get to the little boys earlier and earlier, to alter them to the empowerment and benefit of anti-white feminists, male and female. Once you identify the MPs you are infected with, you will be able to examine them objectively. Why do you hold these superstitions? Who taught you these harmful beliefs and attitudes? Who were the original purveyors, and what was their intent? Wouldn't that be something you can think right now to the little boy? Just imagine a little boy who is going to end up subjected to, tormented by, victimized by the anti-white feminist female writer and what she wants to do to white men, white males. He's going to grow up in a world, if we don't stop her from being able to reach him with that poison, he's going to grow up in a world where he is taught anti-white ideas, mean pathogens that are stuck in his subconscious mind. And at some point in the future, if he's lucky, he'll come across the practice of going free. And then he'll look back in his life and wonder, how is it that we got to, that I got to this place in my head that I believe X? And then he'll recall ideas, concepts, mean pathogens that he learned at 5, at 7, at 10, that masculinity in a white male is evil. Its submissiveness is good. Then he'll understand why, as an adult, he never became a man. He'll understand why he's only male. He'll understand why he's got a bird chest and weak kneed and no backbone. So you can see right here by what we're talking about the future that we are yet to behold, if unfortunately that comes true. You can also see in yourself then what exactly is haunting you, what ghosts are floating around in your subconscious mind, preventing you from being who you could have been. Finally, by developing these skill sets, your elevation will allow you to receive further instruction for going free, enabling you to climb higher toward your full mental, physical, and spiritual potential as a member of Western kind. Really ponder after this going free is finished today, over the course of the next week, ponder that little boy. Name him whatever you want. Ponder him 20 years from now, when he's, say, 25, 26, 27, 28, and him wondering how he became so feckless and effete, ineffective, a pushover, frightened by the rest of the world, frightened by some harridan female, easily intimidated, and how one of these anti-whites or more got to him with these ideas. And then truly own the fact that you are that little boy, male or female. You could do the same thing if you're a lady and you take a little girl and imagine her moving forward infected with some anti-white idea. You are that little boy. You are that little girl. You were infected with anti-white ideas. If you can easily see how infecting a little boy or little girl today with anti-white ideas will undermine their lives as they become adults, or never really do. At least they never really become the adult that is the title befitting a man or woman of the West. They just become an adult in years. If you know and you can see how that's going to undermine them in the future, then you can know and see and potentially finally accept that you are undermined right now because you were taught poison back when you were a child. Let's get on to which MP were we going to do today? Which one was it going to be? Oh, I think I have it here. Because there are so many that can be answered this exact same way, which is fantastic. How to respond to the MP institutional racism. So there are a lot of ones like institutional racism. Again, this is an idea that is poisonous for us, concept that's anti-white. So we refer to them as MPs. So we refer to them as MPs. And in this particular case, it is one of those things that you can't see, you can't touch, you can't measure, there's no evidence of. They just demand that you believe it. And if you don't, then you will suffer the consequences of a social lynching. Perhaps be hauled before some sort of anti-white tribunal at your work or at your university because you don't believe in it. This is the threat. You don't believe that it exists. In these cases, where it's structural racism or systemic racism or institutional racism, they're talking about these anti-white concepts. We have the MC, quote, prove it. Only anti-whites believe in that anti-white superstition. It is just an anti-white pretext to inflict harm on Western kind, and using it proves that you are anti-white. You change the conversation about who and what the person is that you're having a conversation with, or the speaker on the stage, or the professor at the front of the room, who and what they are. What is their objective? What's the substance of the message that they're sharing? What outcome does it achieve? Rather than on whether or not something that cannot be proven exists, because something that cannot be proven cannot be disproven. So all those Republican conservative leaders, et cetera, patriot leaders, they mislead their flocks. They mislead them into thinking that you want to contend with this argument, but you cannot disprove what cannot be proved. So instead, you demand proof for it, and you change the conversation to what and who the person is making the argument, the substance of that argument, where it goes, and then specifically how it works, its outcome. And if you're speaking with such a person, you demand to know why they're so anti-white. You swipe away. There's no evidence. You can't prove it. We just demonstrated you can't prove it. So why are you so anti-white? Why do you want to get to these anti-white conclusions? What do you have against white people? We have a little bit of a commentary to add. Always demand proof for the superstitious claims the anti-whites make, and swiftly mock and shame them for having faith in an idea that enables them to harm Western kind. So if you were to just take this, any kind of institutional racism, and you were to think that somebody came to you, just imagine somebody comes to you and they want to talk about, they want to make the claim that, oh boy, we could go back to maybe turtles again, running the world. You would not argue how turtles have never demonstrated intelligence, or you would just say, that's ridiculous. Prove it. Prove that that's the case. And of course, they would not be able to prove it because it's nonsense. And with that, we'll be right back to talk to Yiz.
surface below. Verdant green is all that it shows. Fiery trail from heaven that grows. Is it home? Soon they'll know. Touching down and feet on the ground, she hears a sound. It makes her heart pound. A growing sense of dread that can feel. Something's wrong, the hope it doesn't heal. As they stare, blood and sweat, and also despair. Sounds of beasts that lurk everywhere, and whispers of maniac minds in the air. This is not our home. This is not our fate. Escape from going things wrong before it's too late. Teeth on their heels, they run for their ship, head for the door and hope they don't trip. Safely inside, the look on their face, relief as they fly far away from this place. This is not our home. This is not our fate. Escape from going things wrong before it's too late. This is not our home. This is not our fate. Escape from going things wrong before it's too late.
Drowning in the argument, the anti-white says, what exactly is anti-white? You have got to be animated with the righteous passion of reclaiming our destiny. We are the heroes of this era. All right, let's give the one and only Yiz the Unifier a call and keep this gathering rolling. Please let folks know that we're doing more good here for all of Western civilization because we are working to put an end to anti-whiteism, doing more good for all of Western civilization than anywhere else, than anybody else. Because if the message doesn't get out, the same will continue and things will go downhill forever until there's nothing left of us. And here we go, placing the call to the great Yiz. All right. Yes, can hear you good.
I'm just curious because I got a new laptop and I haven't got it fully calibrated yet, and that's what we're on right now. So I wanted to make sure that it worked. Anyway, hello. Glad to hear from you. Glad to be here tonight. Oh. Hello, everybody in the White Wellbeing community.
Yes, it's a joy to have you on Going Free, and everybody loves you. So what's going on, sister?
Well, a few weeks ago, I spoke to you here on the Go Free stream about putting together a picnic each year in April, because I would like. We know that I started last year having my camping trip, my Patriot camping trip. Well, that's more of an involved affair that takes a lot of days, and it's not really family friendly because it's hard to take little kids out in the middle of nowhere for 3 or 4 days. So along with that, I want to do just a more family friendly, more accessible meet and greet where white positive patriotic people can just meet in this region of Appalachia and get to know each other. And that's going to be April the 2nd on a Saturday this year. That's coming up in just 3 weeks here, or 3 or 4 weeks here. And it's going to be from 10 a.m. till dark. I'm going to be providing some food, chips and drinks and burgers and stuff. And it's going to be at a nice place, which I won't publicly disclose the location, of course, but it's only about 20 minutes off the interstate, pretty easy to get to. And some of the people that I met at the big intellectual meetup that I went to in Nashville are coming. I met a few white positive guys there. One of them's a Christian, one of them's Catholic, and they are interested in building parallel. One of the guys is a Mises libertarian type who has been into everything from talking about crypto to talking about different types of trade, ways to utilize gold notes and things like that. He likes economics and trade and whatnot. And I've always had a dream about having a local trading post. And the people that I've been talking to about building with me, possibly moving to this area, he's one of the ones that's most interested. So he's coming to it as well. And would you like me to reveal the big surprise now?
Yes, please do, sister.
A particular Jason Köhne is coming to my picnic this year as well.
I will be there indeed. And so, folks, if you wanna be there, if you wanna have fun with us all day long for a picnic, you're gonna have to reach out to this wonderful woman here.
And it is, just to remind you guys, it's family friendly. There's not going to be any firearms. There's not going to be any booze. Not going to be any drugs, of course. It's just a wholesome G-rated day of white positive folks getting together to meet and greet, shake hands, have a hamburger or a hot dog, say howdy to each other, give each other hugs, and build the in-person connections we need to build away from the cancerous anti-white structure and build the things that the people who fix this mess will come from. And that's the whole purpose of me unifying people together is to get people face to face, building together in person, in meat space, as I call it, not on the digital space, but in meat space. And this is just a great thing that I'm going to do every year. It's no cost to anybody. The only thing you have to pay for is getting yourself there. I don't think we have anybody flying in just for a day, but most people are just going to be driving in from either Virginia, Tennessee, or North Carolina. And it's from people just, a few hours around East Tennessee. And right now I've only got 8 people. Jason makes 9, 10 of Carlisle's coming. So it's not going to be a huge affair, just a handful of people. But now that I'm making it public, I'm probably going to have a few more people interested, but I'm setting a cap at 20. I don't want there to be any more than 20, counting kids. So, and also the place that I chose, you can walk your dog there. So if you want to bring your dogs, I'm dog friendly. The park is dog friendly. I'd love to give your pooch a hug too, if you want me to meet your dog. So if you guys want to come and hang out, it's got a nice half a mile walking path around the island. There's a land bridge that goes out to it, but it's in a nice state park here in Tennessee. It's a beautiful area like the ones you guys have seen in my videos. If you see my going to the park videos, I've done a couple times. So it should be a great time.
Oh, it's going to be a heck of a lot of fun out in the beautiful nature that we have in that part of the country, and good folks. It's going to be fantastic. We pray for good weather. Going to have a heck of a good time. Good. And looking forward to folks coming on out and hanging out. It'll be a going free picnic, and everybody's going to be having a hell of a good time. So I'm very excited about it.
It'll be great. It'll be good to finally meet you in person, Jason. Yeah. And the people in the audience that are coming, there's Promethean Promulgation, bass guitarist. If I'm forgetting anybody in the audience that's coming, I'm sorry, but I know that those two are. Oros is the content creator, Mises libertarian guy that I met at the meetup. I don't know if he's in the audience tonight, but he is aware of you and does watch you sometimes. So I don't know if he's out here tonight, but he's coming. The machinist I met, the guy who's into prefab and ID fab local manufacturing from Middle Tennessee, he's coming this way too. His name's Jacob, and I met him at the event. He was one of the first ones to take a copy of the Go Free that I brought and asked me questions about it. And we talked about Go Free a lot that weekend. That was a really nice experience. So he's coming as well. That wealthy gentleman that works in finance I met from Chattanooga, I've not heard back from him yet, but he did say he wanted to come. So hopefully he'll be able to take off and come visit us as well. And then we have Violence is Life, who sent you a paid chat earlier. Her and her husband are probably coming. She might be bringing her kids too. I don't know yet. I haven't heard back for sure. And there's 3 guys that are coming from the MAGA Patriot America First crew that I've met in the last few years that came to my camping trip. And then I've gone to do back in 2019 and 2020 when I did, rallies and marches and stuff before I gave up all that. These are guys I met back then. So these are guys that I've already met with and know. And they're coming out here too. Iron Ardito's brother, Ash, is coming. So I don't know if you guys know anybody in that cluster of people I'm talking about, but it's good people to meet, good people to know. And I have a goal of creating my own community and network of people who are some kind of white sympathetic, preferably white positive. Oros and Jacob, they would love to move here. They're both young men looking to get wives and build families. And both of them want to help me make a trading post and run a Go Free club. So cool. These men are people that I want you to meet, and anybody in the white positive community that wants to come meet these men. These are people that are just good, solid, I wouldn't call them working class. They're like middle class people. But these guys, they have careers. They want to build something better than what society wants them to do. And I'm very thankful to have met them and that they are interested in meeting my friends and meeting the White Wellbeing community. So it's going to be a great time. And I highly recommend, if you can spend a few hours, come meet Jason, come meet me. But also remember, it's important to make connections of people that aren't just YouTube personalities or aren't just activists, people that you can build with, that you can build family and church with. That's what we all need to be doing moving into this, into the storm that's coming. So that's hopefully going to be the, I guess you could call it the mission statement of my annual meetups. Is I want people to get used to, just having FaceTime and having good connections of real people out there that they can rely on to build with, to help make business with, and new church groups and Go Free clubs and all that stuff. So there you go. That's it in a nutshell. And the last thing I'll say is I'll wrap it up with, if you want to go and you're serious about it, email me at yiztheunic@protonmail. You can get a hold of me at yizcognito on Twitter. You can leave me a comment or something on my YouTube channel or my Odyssey. You can get a hold of me on Gab. I'm Yiz the Eunuch over on Gab. I think I still have an active Discord account people message me on sometimes. I check that too. And of course, I have Yiz the Eunuch open forum on Telegram that a bunch of people are part of. Get a hold of me somehow. And the cutoff is let's see, what is it? 1, 2, 3. First Saturday's on the 2nd. So a week before that will be, I think, March 24th or 25th. But anyway, the next to last weekend of March is the cutoff. So I have to know who's coming by then, and I'll have a hard cutoff of 20 people. So if you're serious, get a hold of me, get your day off, get ready to come visit, and you got to let me know, because I have to have a head count and prepare and coordinate with who's coming. Because remember, it's an undisclosed location. I'm not going to tell you until close to time of exactly where it is, because we don't want anybody spoiling it. And you know how them anti-whites like to do to events, So there you go. That's all I got to say. That's all I got to share. So thank you for letting me come on and say what this is all about. And thank you for coming. I'm looking forward to meeting you.
I'm looking forward to meeting you. It's going to be magnificent. And anybody else who shows up there, really looking forward to meeting everybody. Very excited about this. I know it's going to be a really wonderful day.
Well, it's not going to be anything spectacular. You might be blowing it up too much, Jason. I don't know, but it's going to be a bunch of friendly white folks getting together, having drinks and food together, and just sharing merriment like God intended.
Yeah, it doesn't get any better as far as I'm concerned. Out in nature.
That's right.
Beautiful
That's right.
nature.
It's beautiful out there too. I can't wait. It's going to be great.
I can't wait. Well, I'm looking forward to it. Thank you so much for putting this together. And really
You're welcome. And I hope that we can do it every year. I
Yeah.
want to do a meet and greet, just, you know, a one-day picnic affair every year in the spring. And then for those that want to, you know, go do rustic stuff out in the woods and shoot guns and have a weekend away from civilization. That's the longer weekend thing that happens in October. So I'm going to try to do these every year going forward as long as I can.
Amen to that. Love the energy.
Yeah. Thanks. Well, any questions you got or anything I should say about it that I might have slipped my mind?
No, well, nothing comes to mind. You covered it pretty well right now. But folks, if you have any questions, I'm sure you guys will be in the live chat for at least a little bit longer. Make sure to tag her with your questions, and I'm sure she'll be able to speak to them.
I will. I'll be here.
All righty, yes. Thank you so very much for everything you do, all your service to White Wellbeing. You're one of the absolute very best.
Thank you. It's sweet of you to say. I just want us to have a good future, and I care about my people. And with the Go Free community and empowered by the lexicon and dialectics and what I've learned from you, I feel like I don't know. I feel complete now. I feel like I can do things that are productive and aren't counterproductive. And it's just, I'm so happy and thankful to be a part of this community. Thank you, Jason. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. We'll talk soon. Kip,
Okay.
sister.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. That is the one and only Yiz the Unifier. Well, let's see if I can touch the mic. Who knows? All right, we're going to keep rolling here. But how exciting is that? Going to be out in nature for a day-long picnic with all good white positive folks. You're not going to be exposed to white negative speech there. This is how it should be for white people coming together in defense of ourselves, in defense of our people, and therefore defense of us individually. This is how it should be. You shouldn't go to these events. And as I said, I've been in almost 3 decades in the white sympathetic sphere. And I felt angst going places. I felt there was going to be an event. I felt angst because what if somebody says X, Y, or Z, like right out of a movie? And then sometimes somebody would say something that was most objectionable. And it's this playing the villain. You are not going to succeed in recapturing our destiny and doing anything good for our people by playing the villain. All you do is legitimize the claims, the fictional claims of the anti-whites and their anti-white narrative. And Diamond Dust says, enjoy your day out. So let's take a look at what you all are saying in the live chat. And I will also make sure we didn't miss anybody over here. Please be sure to tag me. I see Das Collective says it's okay to be no white guilt. Damn right it is. You know, actually, Das Collective, writing that, we had this it's okay to be white, and that's not bad, that slogan, if you will, that meme. But it takes place inside the anti-white narrative, and a number of reasons that make it less effective than saying no white guilt, for example. But could you imagine if somebody wrote, it's okay to not have white guilt? The anti-whites, how would they respond to that statement? Sign that says it's okay to not have white guilt, and then nowhiteguilt.org. Always give people the place to go to get more of what will improve their lives and our people as a whole. But when you had it's okay to be white, that was first posted, I think it was first posted in Maryland, which is just the state just north of where I am in Virginia. I said high schoolers will be able to overcome this. Anti-white high schoolers. And sure as shit, they did. They had I don't know what was, maybe 2 weeks, or how much longer was it after I said that. They had some, I think, non-white kid, and they asked about the it's okay to be white. And the kid said, of course it's okay to be white, just not okay to be a racist. Exactly the exact same words I said that they would use to undermine the statement, it's okay to be white. So imagine them trying to respond to, it's okay to not have white guilt. They would have to say, they'd have to get in the position of being the villain. They'd have to say, oh no, you should, if you're white, you should have white guilt. That's why I chose no white guilt as a moniker, because of the power of the slogan. Use the slogan. You don't have white guilt. That forces the anti-white to argue that you should have white guilt. And what does guilt make you do? Lower your defenses so that they can victimize you. It's psychological warfare. You've been losing until you decided to go free. We have, get your raucous emojis together, ladies and gents, because we have the wonderful Kaber financially gifting $25. Thank you so much. Good brother. I really appreciate it. And Kaber writes here with $25 in WW2. In WW2 was press mad at Russia for invade Poland? Asking the question. During WW2, did the press in the United States or the UK, I guess, as well, did they get angry even though Germany annexed parts of Poland that were German speaking, and Russia invaded the Polish people and then took control of that land? No, the press did not. And you had a similar scenario in that you had different groups of oligarchs at odds. And so you had war propaganda in every one of the countries that participated. Thank you very much for the financial gift and the question. And the great Slots, the one and only Slots, ladies and gentlemen, a true champion. And we love him dearly. He's $2 financial gift. He says, any proof given, say it's radicalized and anti-white. Or I'm sorry, is that racialized and anti-white? So if you were in a conversation with somebody, you say, prove it. Prove that there's this invisible concept of racism moving through inanimate entities. And he says here that whatever they say, just say it's racialized and anti-white. Well said, brother. He's in the trenches every single day with these anti-whites, putting them in their places, using the lexicon with our brothers and sisters so that they can absorb it and move forward in their lives with it, changing the lives of those around them. You have to understand the power of ideas to understand how going free works so powerfully. It's not just ideas, concepts in and of themselves, but it's concepts that selfishly serve. So the reason why, Adam Smith's butcher provides your family meat is because his family eats because of it. But you end up with the meat to eat because of his selfish desire. These concepts empower selfishly white people. So they will use them selfishly to put an end to their victimization. Well, as they selfishly put an end to their own victimization, they use those concepts, and that is why we call it a curative contagion, because other white people around them hearing them and good non-white people pick up the concepts and then use them in their interactions. They use them in their own inner voice, their own conversations within their minds, and thereby change the world. If you understand that, then you can understand that the spreading of new concepts that are selfishly adopted and that undermine the anti-white arguments can go from where they are one moment to the boardrooms, to the government halls, to the et cetera, in the blink of an eye. Context can be changed very quickly that way. We did not have another way to do it. And you still have these people coming around who want to be idealistic rather than pragmatic. Want some sort of like decorative, if you will, rather than utilitarian. What gets the job done? you still have these people who say, well, we need the money to compete with the well, you'll never have it. I mean, I argued with these people forever. We need the money. We need the money. We need more money to defeat. And you need money because money is the liquid currency. That is what drives the engine of all things. But you're never going to be able to compete with them. It drives all things in the modern world since money defeated religion. But you're never going to be able to defeat the anti-whites in a competition financially. And then they say another approach is, well, you need violence. You need to have these shows of force that we call shows of farce. Thanks to First Last coming up with that. There's shows of farce, because when you have a show of farce, a show of force out there, that's a threat of violence. You have no hope in hell. You have no hope in hell of defeating the anti-whites with violence. So we had to be smarter than this. And we found a way. And we have proof of concept for many years now, changing people's lives, winning in every contest with the anti-white journalists, which you don't see anywhere else. So, of course, it had to be smarter and look different than everything that was losing in the past. Let's just be real, right? All right. What do we have here? Take a quick look at the live chat. And if you have questions, if you have comments, you're new, you've been here for a while, you're a veteran, tag me and I will speak to them. I've got a couple. We've got comments coming up over the course of the week that I'm going to go through quickly. Oh, there's our young lady, Carlisle, saying, LOL, turtles in charge. Of course they are. This came from Carlisle. It's a mug of me drinking out of a mug of me with a flag drinking out of a mug of me in the background. And then my most recently unlocked mode. I can't be stopped. All right. Let me see if anybody... I'll say right now, while I'm thinking about it, a big thank you to the troll slayers. They have the right amount of grace, and they will contend, and then they will, if necessary, slay. We have somebody here that said that there needs to be destruction. You've got to give that up. You've got to give up that idea, because you're going to go to jail and you don't have a hope in hell. So no tough talking. Just drop the tough talking. I mean, it's ridiculous. This person says violence is the grand authority from which all other authorities derived. Well, then there's no chance, so you might as well give up. They totally control violence. For them, it's legal. They can do whatever they want to you. You don't have a hope in hell. And if you can't see that you don't have a hope in hell, I really feel sorry for you. And then the argument that that people who talk about committing violence, acts of violence, are censored more often than me. Wow, what a surprise. But I don't know if they actually are, because they complain about their censorship. I used to, when I was in more in like the learning of what is everybody talking about in the white sympathetic sphere phase, I heard people who endlessly claimed about being censored and being having their electricity, the wires going into their house being clipped and phone line being clipped, and their cars always are gone into by, and it was clearly lies. These people had gotten into this weird thing where they thought that they could argue that they were more legitimate if they had more of these like spooky things happening to them. Nobody's crawling into their, Winnebago. Nobody's crawling into their double wide. Nobody gives a shit for what they're doing. I don't talk about it. In fact, what I do is I made it a policy many years ago on the internet that for every platform the anti-whites kicked me off of, I would get on 2 more. And then I would eventually get back on the platform they kicked me off of. And that has a way of discouraging anti-whites. Because when I didn't just say that, I actually did it. So every time they censored me from something, I popped up 2 more places. And then would get back onto the one they got me censored off of. So that's banks, that's payment processors, that's social media, that's everything. I mean, you're looking right now, I'm on D Live. They censored my ability to take payments there ages ago. So it's not an argument to say this guy has, I mean, there was this one guy, folks, who used to claim that his rear view mirror, my rear view mirror has been moved 3 times this week. And so that was supposed to mean he's super legitimate because some spooky government agency was crawling into his car 3 times a week and accidentally bumping the mirror. I mean, give me a break. This is so stupid. I mean, I sympathize. And I got to roll. I sympathize with we're being, your whole lives, all of our lives. The great Roy Danton is here, by the way. Great to see you, brother. And I know you have events this week. So great to see you. But I sympathize that we are, especially as white males, I mean, from dawn till dusk, from birth till grave, I mean, we are absolutely slandered the entire time. Our lives are ruined. We don't get the relationships we don't get the families we want to have. We don't get very often, we don't get to have children. Our women are made to, the vast majority of our women, white women, are made to think of us as pathetic, as less than non-white males. We're discriminated against. We just read in these articles where they're going to be bringing all of these women into the police force, even more than they've already done. More bonuses, more benefits, more rocketing through the different degrees and ranks of being a police officer to chief, being a fireman to chief, being a whatever to chief. And the only group that can be discriminated against, white males. So get it. Life sucks. It does. You've put up with a lot of garbage. I've put up, you have no idea. You have no idea how much success that I've demonstrated and have to put up with the persecution, the discrimination, the slandering, the misrepresenting, the stereotyping, on and on. I know exactly all of it. And I tried to work within that system and just be the best, actually be the best, be the guy doing the best at the job, being the guy with the highest educational scores and the highest physical scores. How does that sound? And still get shafted. I get it. So you're mad. And you went out then and you heard from these other guys with this like midwittery approaches. I get it. I get it. And then you think, well, all that can be done is we have to have some sort of we have to somehow build some sort of competing violent force that can take on the violence of this force. And then that is too simplistic. That's the nicest way I can put it. We were never going to recapture our destiny. We were never going to reclaim our dignity by simplistic approaches. It has been failing for our whole lives. This works. This changes minds. in the heads of white people where they are in the world, whether it's at a very humble and still very honorable trade, laying bricks, or in the head of a white man in a mega yacht, 200 meters long or whatever they are. It can reach them wherever they are and work to overcome anti-whiteism wherever it shows and rears its ugly head. There's no other hope. And these symbolic victories that we have, when you have a closed system that controls violence so that they can commit it legally at every level, symbolic victories there are always greater than physical victories, because that changes the minds of the masses. And if you think the masses don't matter, if you think they don't matter, then you won't understand why the anti-whites continue to propagandize them. They wouldn't continue to propagandize them and to white guilt them if they didn't matter. So let's move on. We have, well, I'll take a quick look. And Alex Simpson says the anti-whites who run Canada are currently pushing a bill to make teaching anti-whiteism in schools, including to children, mandatory all across the country. Absolutely despicable. It is currently going through with little to no pushback. Naturally, why? Because the people have been infected with ideas. Only pushback, if you can call it that, has been the anti-white clown, Dr. Kermit Jordan Peterson. Oh, great. Who, of course, made arguments in the anti-white narrative, naturally, because that's where he exists. Even saying that the anti-white BS of whites having some kind of advantage over non-whites is true to an extent. Wow. You see, this is a part, like this is what happens inside the anti-white narrative. You think, I'll give a concession and that you'll get back from them some reprieve. They'll give you some legitimacy. Anti-whites will never grant you any legitimacy. They won't give you permission. So you do not make arguments inside their narrative. He finishes with the bill is Bill 67, Racial Equity in the Education System, Act 2021. If you could possibly go over it in a future stream. Well, maybe I will. Thank you for mentioning that. And yeah, with that passing or without, get to our white babies in our great country of Canada and make sure that they are inoculated against anti-whiteism. Russia invaded Poland 7 days after Germany did in 1939, according to Rory. The West didn't seem to have a problem with that. No, they sure didn't. Roy Danton says, I've been driving, but definitely interested. What's the date again? You and Yiz need to talk. Promethean Epoch said, oh God, Jason, I don't know what that was for. Oh, my mug. My smug mugs. My smug mugs. All right. Let's see. I think that's it. All right, spin around here, make sure I didn't miss anybody. Well, we'll just jump over really quickly. This is the only other announcement, White People's Press. And you can find them at White People Press, whitepeoplepress.com, has just come out with their calendar. I guess it's been out, but go over there, get the calendar. Let's keep these people making wonderful work. Tony Vermont and the rest, fantastic people, and doing a magnificent job. Oh, just is stunning. Beautiful pieces of art. This is the Golden Age of Western Illustration 2022 calendar. And you can frame these images and hang them in your home. We also have the new White People's Quarterly. Your name might be in it. We have an entire page dedicated to folks who are serving White Wellbeing to honor them. And your name might be here. You're only going to know if you head on over to whitepeoplepress.com and purchase this White People's Quarterly, this brand new edition that they have. And it's beautifully illustrated, splendid little stories throughout, poetry, fantastic. Games inside here as well. They have many things available at whitepeoplepress.com. And you get these things not just for yourself, but as gifts. Let's keep the money in our community for the love of God. So thank you, everybody, for that. And big thank you to Tony Vermont and the team over there working at White People Press. Casual Cruising is here. Great to see you, good brother. And in the mailbag, we have one piece of mail from the great Randy, who financially gifted $20 and said everything that needs to be said with that $20 financial gift. God bless you, brother, and thank you for always being there. Love opening the mailbag and peering down inside and seeing a letter from Randy. So thank you for that. I really appreciate it. We're going to keep things rolling along so we can try to get to a couple of your calls tonight. We have Hypnotic Tango. And Hypnotic Tango writes, Jason, I would very much appreciate it if you have the time to give some advice on something going on in my life that pertains to white well-being. As I've stated in the comments of another video of yours, I used to associate with people who called themselves National Socialists. I was underage, naive, and newly red-pilled. After seeing that many of those ant-nats damaged their lives, I decided to cut off my association with those people. A few years later, I had thought that all this was behind me, only to be recently contacted by anti-whites who had found out my name. Really quickly want to jump in and say there are people out there who maturely approach the economic structure of socialism and maturely approach the governmental structure of nationalism. And they discuss those things in a rational way and discuss how they might be applied to current scenarios. And those people are not the same as the folks who attack and say that any deviation from a very particular set of beliefs about government, about economy, about race, any deviation is and failing to call out a specific group and talk about them endlessly is a sign of being a fed, is a sign of just a bunch of other endless slander. They make up endless lies about you. They ruin their lives and they endeavor to ruin the lives of others. Those are not the same people. And I will continue with Hypnotic Tango. He says they tried to these people who contacted him, anti-whites, tried to blackmail me into cooperating with them. But since I am a man of honor, I did not respond to them. This angered them. Now, very important here. You see anti-whites attempting to compromise somebody in those circles. Why? Because they want them doing things like attacking me to prevent you from learning about white well-being. They want them doing things like giving info on who the different people are in those groups. Let me continue. This angered them, and they started spreading my name, address, and lies that I was still associating with those ant-nats to people in my area. They did more, but I shan't delve into that. I do not live in a safe, pristine area. People get murdered here. I can't walk out at night anymore. I'm not a tough guy, so I can't defend myself physically. I am intelligent, though I'm not sure that this is going to be much of help with these predators, because the people who might pursue me are not looking for understanding of my thoughts, feelings, or who I am. They are figuratively and hopefully not literally after blood. How should I deal with questions, accusations? Are you a Nazi? You are a Nazi. But when it comes from A, someone who wants to harm me physically, or socially, B, an employer. I don't want to make it seem as though I am endorsing National Socialism. And at the same time, I don't want to disavow white well-being. There is no way that I can deny that I did associate with those ant-nats because the anti-whites have evidence that I did. Very important to point out there. Again, when you're talking about folks who get into these circles, the evidence of them in the circles ruins their lives. I've been seeing this for 3 decades. Let's not have more lives ruined. Will I always be stuck with this baggage? Any other advice about my predicament would also be appreciated. If you feel that it would be useful to bring my comment up on your next show, I would be okay with that. All right, Hypnotic Tango. Thank you very much for the question, because there are plenty of people who got into ugly circles, and as a consequence, they've suffered, they're suffering, and they also can't find a way to escape. Why is it? And it's one of the reasons why I'm glad, at least here, you have not said that this is the case, what I'm about to say. But a lot of people who get into what we refer to as antique nationalist circles, in other words, they're looking into the distant past, they're looking into the rearview mirror and wing mirrors about what we do moving forward. So while their eyes are on those mirrors, their eyes are not on the road and the conditions we're currently in. One of the aspects of it, and it's the reason why we refer to the most extreme elements of these antique nationalist circles as cult nats, is because when you try to leave, they come after you. They slander and ruin your life. They will go to anti-whites and give anti-whites your name and address and everything. They endeavor to destroy, just like a cult. And then, true to form in this projection, they will call everyone else a cult if they don't abide by their World War II lingo, if they don't have all of these different things. Name certain groups, just talk about other groups constantly. They will say, well, then you're a cult. You have to use the specific lingo of World War II and National Socialism and et cetera, or you're a cult. But they, unlike here, this is a method, a practice, and people can come and go as they like. And they do. Nobody here follows after somebody slandering them because they had checked out going free, and then they decided it wasn't for them. But that's exactly what happens with what we refer to these most extreme elements, cult nats. So I'm glad to hear that Hypnotic Tango is not suffering, or at least he hasn't said so in this particular missive. But he is suffering from having been associated with these people. He is living a life that you don't want to end up living, which is the life of having been associated as the villain in the anti-white narrative, and therefore dehumanized. And because dehumanized, easily fired, easily reputation destroyed, assassinated, easily violently, physically assaulted, because you're no longer human. And you excite the bloodlust in an anti-white when you imitate the villain in their story. And that is what Hypnotic Tango is having to live with as a consequence of the association. Here's what I'm going to say to you to do. Here's my advice. God loves nothing more than when you lie to anti-whites or to vagues for your own safety, so that you can continue to advance white well-being. If you are confronted with somebody on the street, anti-whites on the street, and they want to harm you, you are under no obligation to be honest with them. There is no moral imperative that says you have to tell them that in that moment that you're not a Nazi, but you care about white well-being. Because at that moment, for them, that's going to be the same thing. They're going to victimize you. So you say whatever you have to say to get away from people who are going to physically assault you. It's always better to get away without a fight anyhow, whether you're a tough guy or not. Because even tough, everybody who's been in a fight, an actual fight, knows that it's not about the combatants, being the baddest or the meanest or the best trained. It comes down to who gets hurt first loses in almost every case, because there's no ref to pause things. So you say whatever you have to say. God loves it when you lie to anti-whites, especially those who want to physically harm you. You're in the workplace, and that is how you're going to maintain your base for your life. And your employer is going to come after you and search for any hint. Because remember, at that point, if they're thinking that you're a Nazi, or they have evidence that you were a Nazi, an ant-nat, or whatever it might be, there's nothing you can say that's going to make them, or it's going to enable them to see a division. They're going to think, their brain will immediately shut off. So nothing you can say is going to make them think there's a division between a Nazi and your concern for what's the victimization of our people. Their brain just turns right off. They're looking for what they believe is duplicity in you. So any sort of, I'm not that, but over here, they will see that as, oh, he's being duplicitous, and they'll fire you. So in that instance, in every instance, you tell them whatever you need to tell them to manipulate them to your benefit. And then I would recommend Hypnotic Tango to plan right now how you're going to get out of that neighborhood, how you're going to get to that next job where you are away from these folks. It's in your past, and you can begin to live a safer, more productive life for yourself and our people. And I wish you the very best. Please keep us abreast of what's going on for you, because I know how hard this can be. But trust me, manipulating the anti-whites by telling them whatever they want to hear, that's a beautiful thing. It's a magnificent thing. Use your brain. Being able to trick anti-whites so that you can go off and then serve white well-being in some glorious way is the highest honor. There's no dishonor there. Lovely Porridge, we heard from him today. Let's hear what he has here. Ukrainians fleeing war will be regarded as victims for a very short time in order to serve anti-white objectives. Brilliant. Absolutely. Should they find asylum in Europe or the US, they will very quickly be relabeled as oppressors, especially the blonde and blue-eyed Ukrainians. Anti-whites regard both Ukrainians and Russians as oppressors, but they feel they can more easily white erase Ukraine through the financial and cultural systems. That's why it's important to understand that our nations are not ours. We lost them a long time ago. If Ukrainians were fighting for sovereignty under the banner of white well-being, NATO and Western powers would gladly see them burnt to the ground. And you know that's true. He continues here saying, some might claim that the similarities within Western kind do not make us the same, but our differences make us different. But that's when I would speak to their motivations. I would also point out to it's a great subject to bring up, because we do have a great bit of variety in the most by far in Western kind, and easily observable. But of course, check with CNN. But it is brown hair or blue eyes. Those things are not the substance of our biosphere. That's not what creates Western civilization. We cannot divide the white race by, say, redheads create Western civilization. So the similarity that is the substantive similarity is that biospirit that creates the West. So those other, the variety is superficial when compared to the current that runs through Western kind. He goes on here. The race denier will claim that Asians, Africans, and Europeans are one people, but they have just described three different groups, then claimed are one group. But they have just Okay, then they claim they're one group. I often tell these people, no matter how much green tea I drink or how many Buddha statues I put in my garden, I will never be Asian. No one would be expected to believe I was. Sometimes it's best to dismiss their statements by pointing out the absurdity. Quote, we all came from Africa is as meaningless as saying we're all made of atoms. Try putting that in your dating profile and see how many matches you get. People who make such sweeping generalizations are trying to hide something specific. Have you ever been to prison? Well, we've all existed somewhere at some time. Beautifully written, very witty by lovely Porridge and a magnificent gentleman. And let's see, who else do we have here? Let me take a look at see if you have anything over on Entropy. And we do. Casual Cruising has shown up. Thank you so very much for showing up. $10 financial gift. Hello, Jason. I just noticed that I'm no longer pledged to your Patreon. So here's the missed month. Please tell me which support platform that's ideal now. Also, if you're hearing this, yes, I think you have a great idea, and I love your pep. We've good relations with the Von Mises guys here as well. That's Casual Cruising, $10 financial gift. Thank you so very much for that, brother. And what's the other one? The main other one called? Yeah, Patreon censored me from their platform. So Subscribe Star is probably your best bet. Check it out, Subscribe Star, and I deeply appreciate it. The link, I think, is in the description below. Why don't we go ahead and take some calls and see if we can get to, do we have White Wellbeing Advocate? Are you available? Can we call you? We'd like to get to the calls and hear what folks have to say before we're out of time today. I will place the call and see, and then if you become available, I will reach back out if you don't answer now.
Hey, how's it going?
Good, brother. How are you?
Doing awesome. I just got back from work not that long ago, but listening on the stream while doing a few things.
Nice.
But yeah, I guess I have a couple things going on right now.
Okay.
Trying to main thing, I guess, is going with the GFC stuff. I still have that available. You can reach me at JPOT. That's JPOT, the number 33, Jackson at AOL.com. That's JPOT33 or JPOT33 Jackson at AOL.com. But yeah, I don't want to give too much details right now on what's going on, but just it's a very, it's a very easy process to sign up. I just want to not know who you are as far as identity wise, but just know you and joining, you're a trustworthy person and get to know you a little bit, know how much you want to participate and your reasons for joining. But yeah, and we're doing mostly the market, reaching out and consumer reviews and other sources or ways as well. And so far as Western Market Direct, I still have that up. I've been prospecting a little number of prospects that are out there so far, still trying to get that running.
Nice.
But also, doing some things behind the scenes I also don't want to reveal right now. But yeah, that's what's going on right now pretty much.
Well, that sounds fantastic, and I think I have your site, the Western Market Direct. Can I put that up on the screen?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Let me look at my screen right now too as you do that. Hold on. Is the YouTube? Let me play this. Can you still hear me as the?
Yeah,
YouTube's
I can
up?
hear you. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, you can put that up. Oh wait, 2 minutes behind. There it is. Yeah, and you could run through that as well. Yeah, read through that. Basically, any location that you want within this side of the states, rather Florida, or I could probably do some places in Georgia perhaps as well. I can book you a spot. I can get you the quote first, and you would cover and unless it's certain events, certain places I can cover the locations, but most locations you would just cover that, and then we negotiate a little bit from there. Yeah, as far as, I don't want to give too much details right now. Well, I'm sure a lot of you know, I only know a little bit about the White Art Collective event that's going to come up. I don't have all the details of that right now, but check that out. If you guys, if you guys want to sell your product there, I can sell it over there, and I'll cover the cost of the location there, and we'll just negotiate how much, in conversation. That just depends on the product, but obviously it's going to be sale based. So, I'm not going to charge you guys a large amount of money if I don't give you results and sell for you. Plus, this is something exciting. I'm really, really want to get that going, any of the WAC events especially. But this is just, I don't know the exact date of that because I only spoke briefly with a couple people in there. But
well, look,
I'm about to have an account. The only reason I don't have an account right now where I already get the discount price on.
No, go ahead.
Is because something happened with my bank, so I got to resend to get the subscription thing on their Patreon. But yeah, if it's any WAC event, I'll just cover the cost of the location. And that'll be even cheaper for you guys. But I also got things going on as well, trying to figure out other ways on the side that I don't want to give out too much details as well. But the Western Market Direct, that's still open on the table. Anyone can reach out to me there. But I'm trying to also improvise any ways we can make money within our sphere, or at least build an economy, if that makes sense.
Yes, it does. And it's very exciting. And thank you so much for being one of the yeomen in that endeavor to really make this happen, building our own economies. We keep as much of our money in our circles and our sphere as possible. And also for your great work with the club and helping to bring people together so that they can begin growing personally and growing in this specific vein of creating business opportunities. I'm very excited about this, brother. Thank you so much for everything you're doing.
Absolutely. If you want to scroll down there a little bit on the website too as well. I can't see the screen because I had the screen up as it was live while on the call, but the voices were going over. So, but yeah, you go to the bottom down there too. And you just send me an email at westernassociate50@gmail.com from there, and tell me what areas you want to book. I'll get your quote, and then I can set you up and sell the product there for you too, as long as you can show me what it is and figure out all that. But also, anyone want to join my GFC, reach out, even if you don't own a business or anything or like that. But you just seeing Antiwhitism in all these different companies, we can leave consumer reviews, and we have the dialectics, so we actually have a way for it to not just get deleted immediately, depending on where we leave the consumer reviews. But reach out there at jpot33jackson@aol.com for the GFC. All right.
That is fantastic. Thank you. Go ahead.
Absolutely. I should have a little more updates and more stuff I can reveal, if not next week, then the week after that. A lot of things I'm putting together behind the scenes. I don't want to give out too much info, but other than they're just the GFC and Western Market Direct for right now. But yeah, it's great talking to you, brother. I'm gonna also try to catch up with the stream. So after I got off work, I just had a bunch of my work equipment I was cleaning while still trying to stay in the stream or listening on the stream at the same time.
Cool.
But I'm definitely gonna catch up further on the stream when I get a chance.
Awesome, man. Thank you so much for everything you're doing for White Wellbeing. You're fantastic.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, keep it Promethean.
Amen.
Yeah, and that's all. Yeah, that was a great call. Yiz was on too. She gives me a lot of inspiration as well.
Me too.
Yeah. But anyways, keep it Promethean.
Amen. All right, brother. We'll talk soon.
All right.
All right, man.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. That is on here, White Wellbeing advocate, and of course that's is it Western Associates? Yes, as well. Thank you so much. That's magnificent, isn't it? Actually digging in to make these things happen rather than just talking about making things happen. Decades of listening to that, and so excited about people who are in love with our people and therefore wanting to put an end to the victimization, who say, let's build these structures, let's make this happen. I mean, let's be serious. There are goofy people. There are goofy people out there of our race, goofy people out there who get things done because they're goofy, but they're white and they want to make it happen, and they make it happen. So if they can make it happen, then we sure as hell can. And how many more years do you need of these people from these other circles? God bless them, whatever they're doing. But how many more years do you need of those approaches? I guess some people forever. So, but I mean, we got a gentleman here building a GFC, building this website so that we can network our businesses. I love it. It's magnificent. Mr. V, of course, I think he won't be available after 9. And so we're going to give him a call right away. Western Man says, I'm goofy. LOL. No, you're a legit man of the West. But they are goofy people. There are goofy people in our race who, they can get things. They get a church started. They could get a charity started. They can make it happen. So if they can do it, then we sure as hell better be able to. And we are thankful for everyone in our midst. Mr. V, if you're there, get ready. Everyone who is in our midst, who's actually engaged and changing the world for the better, for our people, and therefore for everyone. I did notice some folks, you never know if they're anti-white trolls or just trolls or just trolls in general. But when they show up and they say things like, this group of white sympathetic people has done more or is doing more than your group, to me, that is an immediate sign that you're dealing with a crypto, an anti-white, because it's clear that they're trying to get the two different groups fighting, because the two different groups fighting weakens them and makes it better for the anti-white. So these people immediately, when they do that, you know exactly who and what they are. And even if they're not a crypto anti-white, you're as good as one when you behave like one. And so you should be tagged thus. We got just 6 minutes. We'll place the call. 6 minutes for Mr. V if he has it.
Hello.
We can hear you, brother.
Fantastic. It's great to speak to you, Mr. Köhne. I heard you were talking about business, and I just thought, finally, Donald can invest.
I love it. Please do. Every dollar. That's fantastic impersonation.
Thank you, brother.
If only.
It's great. If only, right? Can
Yeah.
you imagine? If only he wasn't an anti-white. But yeah, it's great what Jim, what Western Associate is doing. It's absolutely fantastic. How are you doing, brother?
I'm great. Having a great day. I mean, it was Women's Day the other day, and now we have St. Patrick's Day coming up, a holiday that I actually enjoy. But we're accomplishing so much, and it is so gratifying to be part of the engine that is changing the conversation around the world and doing it with next to no money. It's extraordinary. It's extraordinary to be a part of that. So I'm so grateful. How about yourself?
Same, brother. It's amazing the level of victory that we're having, and I had a blast today with my GFC. We did book club again.
Nice.
We set up a GFC movie night that's going to happen on Thursday.
Cool.
That's going to be really cool. I found a site called hyperbeam.com, and on Hyperbeam, it's kind of like what Rabbit used to be. You can watch movies or shows together. So like it's one browser that everyone can share, and you can kind of like pass the remote to each other, etc. There's a chat. There's even an option for calls. So I shared it with other GFC leaders on the GFC collab on Telegram, hyperbeam.com. Check that out. It's very useful if you want to host a GFC movie night. Patrick, brother, the California GFC had a karaoke night.
Really?
A karaoke night. Imagine doing karaoke with Patrick of Southtown. How amazing that must be.
Oh my gosh, that was probably awesome. I wish I could sing. I'll show up to listen, though. That's awesome.
Right, and this is the kind of stuff that keeps happening from week to week, new developments in the GFCs. So you guys don't want to be missing out on this. You want to be one of the first to join a GFC and help build up a GFC. Everyone is in California, and if you're in the chat or you're watching live and you're thinking, I'll join it later. All right, if you can afford to miss another night of, GFC karaoke, I guess, but I wouldn't. Right? It's and you heard Mr. Köhne, he wouldn't.
I wouldn't.
Right? Absolutely. So you want to get in there, and there's a lot of people, brother. I'm hearing that we have people in well, I'm not sure if I'm allowed to say who, but a group of people who are close to the white positive sphere who are in our GFCs. Let's put it that way. We have really quality people.
Yeah.
If you've got one of your favorites, I mean, who knows if that person is in the GFC and if you'll have a chance to talk with them and eventually meet them in person. You just don't know. You've got to join the GFCs.
Yes.
You really have to. You do not want to be missing out on all the developments that are happening. Stuff's moving, and we just need more people. The faster you join a GFC, the faster they grow, the faster things like GFC karaoke night move from online to in-person. And that's what we all want. In-person meetings cannot happen until we have more people join the GFCs, get vetted, spend time, build up those bonds, build up trust. GFC leader meets one person, vets them, meets another person, vets them. Then eventually they meet all three. And then eventually you've got 4 people meeting up, 5, 6, 7, 8, you know the deal. But it all requires that you join these GFCs. So these GFCs are very much dependent on your participation, and you determine the level of participation. And what we mean by that is you decide how you contribute and how much you contribute. It's not mandatory that you contribute. The one requirement that we have for GFCs is that you are going free, you are a person of good moral character, and you are doing the going free practice. But no one's ever going to tell you, hey, it's mandatory that you put in a bunch of hours. Not at all. You determine how much time you dedicate to the GFC and how you contribute to the GFC. We want people to contribute in ways that they want, using their strengths, your weaknesses if you want to work on your weaknesses and develop those as well. But you determine how you participate, your level of involvement. It's entirely up to you. And you will be working with your GFC leader to figure out what that is, because we want to maximize your potential as an individual. We want to give you autonomy. So please know that you have autonomy in these GFCs. And every single leader that I've spoken with is a great leader. I'll highlight as well Franklin Peanut, his GFC specialization, and I spoke with him and Patrick yesterday. We had our first GFC collab call for GFC leaders, and we'll be doing more in the future because we got to organize according to time zones. Not everyone can make it on the weekends, etc. But Franklin shared that his GFC specialization is going to be outreach, so
Nice.
online and public outreach. So postering around, dropping those index cards in books, in libraries, bookstores, etc. Putting up promotional materials in public for White Wellbeing and NoWhiteGuilt.org, etc. And also online. So going into chats. We also discussed the possibility of eventually doing call-ins to shows and things of this nature. And also Franklin, he and his GFC member are going through the Go Free book. They're doing the reading. So that's also a thing that all GFCs do. Every GFC goes through the reading. That's core. Everybody goes through Go Free. So there's a lot of exciting stuff that's happening. You also heard Western Associate with his GFC. So as GFCs grow, they're kind of forming that identity, and they're honing what their focus is going to be. And we were talking about all kinds of ideas, things that we can do, activities, etc. So they're growing. You want to join one. And let me quickly mention, brother, so Franklin, his GFC is the Virginia GFC. It's virginiagfc@protonmail.com. So if you want to join Franklin's GFC, I know you guys from Virginia are out there. You cannot tell me that, don't give me any excuse for not joining a GFC. virginiagfc@protonmail.com. And he's focusing on all types of outreach. And then Patrick of Southtown, his GFC of California GFC is california.gfc@gmail.com. I'll repeat that again, california.gfc@gmail.com. And brother, I sent you, because last time, since I have my call at 9, I have to go back and listen to the end of the show. I heard you saying that you would like me to share the email addresses with everybody, so I sent you those on Skype.
Okay.
So yeah, you should have all of those there, brother. If you want to put them in the YouTube chat,
I'll do that.
you should have all of those. We've also been spreading around that infographic for the American GFCs, the one that I sent you. That is also making the rounds, and big thanks to First Nate for helping to spread that, and everyone who helped to spread that as well. So please know that it's very easy to join a GFC. No one's going to be violating your privacy. The vetting is very simple. Contacting the GFC is very simple. Just send them an email. You determine your level of participation, as I've already discussed. It's very easy to join, and it's also easy to make a GFC. For anyone who's wondering, but how complex is this going to be? We help you out. You can email me at gofreeclub@protonmail.com. I'll help you. I'll tell you what platforms I recommend for you to host the online portion of the GFC, what platform I recommend for calls, what platform I recommend for you to do, a GFC movie night or GFC karaoke night, or some kind of stream where you break down MPs and shows, etc. Whenever you want to share a screen with someone, I'll help you with the platforms. I'll help you with the vetting. So it's very easy to both join and make a GFC. We're doing our best to make this as simple and accessible to everyone as possible.
I love that approach. And that's so comfortable and normal for our people. It is an expression of our sensibilities to be able to very easily become part of something like this. You think about and you look to our town, some of our longest standing charity organizations. There are many different types, and of course many of them have been slandered by the likes of Jones and others, but there are these wonderful communities that were built over centuries, and our people came together. It was easy to become a part of it. This is something that is in its effect, how it's coming together mirrors that, but and its outcome is much better for our people, because you will grow in who and what you are as you treat the MPs. You will help others around you do the same. And by coming together, we magnify our individual efforts hundreds, thousands of times full. So this is wonderful. There's got to be fun. There's fun. There's got to be healing. There's healing. There's got to be community. There's community. And the more the more it grows, the bigger these things get, the more of all of that will be available to wider and wider circles of your individual communities and lives, and the greater societal struggle. We did have Dubro Moment asking about would there be homework, and would you have to make up homework? And Iberian Rider jumped in and said, absolutely not. It's laid back, and Mr. V was just talking about how you determine your participation. No one's going to be pressing you. There is no litmus test here. You do have to be white positive. You do have to be in our own story, and that's the requirement. So white negativity will not be permitted. White negative language will not be permitted. That is playing the villain in the anti-white narrative. But otherwise, I'm very happy to hear everything that is going on. And another extension and growth of that we're seeing now is this wonderful picnic that Yiz is putting together. That's going to be a wonderful thing, and I can't wait to meet everybody there. And when GFCs have get-togethers, when there's an opportunity for me to appear and I can be there, then I absolutely will. I want to be able to throw arms around all of our brothers and sisters who are going through making a difference in the world. But last thoughts are yours here tonight, brother. Go ahead.
Well, and to that point, Franklin's GFC is the one closest to Mr. Köhne. So if you want to increase your chances of meeting Mr. Köhne, you should join Franklin's GFC. How about that? Final word, brother. My GFC is the Ontario GFC, Ontario, Canada. You can reach me at gofreeclub@protonmail.com. That is gofreeclub@protonmail.com. Reach me there if you want to join my GFC. It's open to everyone, so it's the online portion is international. The in-person, we're going to do it for Ontario. And if you want to join, if you want to create a GFC and you want help, you can contact me there as well. gofreeclub@protonmail.com. There's a lot that I'd like to get to, brother, but I'm out of time. Next week, I'll hopefully have more time, and I'll tell you about how I made a stream of atheists turn on me, and the people doing the stream had to address me just because I called CRT anti-white indoctrination. And one of those atheists, a vile anti-white bitch, said she was anti-white. She admitted it.
Oh, good. Yes, looking forward to hearing about that.
Oh, it was hilarious. It was just me, but they had to address me.
Awesome.
The chat and they had to address me. And so it's all there, like a whole segment, just them talking about race and using the term anti-white. And the host of the show, who was a white guy, said, "Wait, I'm not anti-white."
Oh,
it was
epic.
great. It was great. But yeah, brother, I'll get to all that. Apologies to all the other GFC leaders. I don't have time to plug your stuff. I always do. And next week I'll come back and with more time, I'll plug all of your great stuff. Please check the below in the YouTube section or Odyssey section. Mr. Köhne will put the links to everyone's GFC. Please contact the GFC leaders and join a GFC. Thank you so much for everything, brother. Thanks to all our brothers and sisters for all their stupendous work. Promethean Hails.
Promethean Hails to you, brother. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Wow. That is exciting. We go from strength to strength. What a great champion Mr. V is. Absolutely cream of the crop. And that's what we draw here. People who are bright enough to see nuance and who are bright enough to see a new path, an avant-garde path. We're able to see and trod those paths. Those will be the people who make it through this bottleneck, and that obviously we're facing as a people. I want to mention before we wrap up the gathering tonight, we had the great I Love Jesus Christ, our dear sister, financially gifting $10. Thank you so much. Thank you for being dependable. She says, for White Wellbeing, a wonderful woman. Thank you for being there and your service to White Wellbeing as well. Looks like we're good over there. We have over here on Odyssey, Huda Thunkit gifting 2 library tokens, the cryptocurrency over there, asking, are you going to use PowerChat.live now that Entropy is exiled from banking? I don't know anything about them being exiled from banking, so I will have a look into that. I will ask them. They haven't reached out to me to say that. Huda Thunkit also 2 more library tokens, says anti-whites want Ukrainians to die. That's why they're handing out guns and forcing them to fight pointlessly. That is too real for anti-whites, white negatives, and white negatives to countenance. Yeah, well, we know for sure anti-whites want to see white people suffering, and death, of course, maiming, of course, is suffering. And so that's something that whether they planned it, they would or not, they would be happy with that outcome. And we can see, as we just observe what's taking place there, I can give my opinion on it, that the longer the smaller side resists, the more deaths on both sides, the more carnage and harm on both sides. And I want there to be an end to that. And I totally sympathize with Ukrainians who have a Ukrainian pride, and I don't actually know where they see the borders of their people that might not necessarily match up with the borders of the country called Ukraine on the map. I don't know, but I sympathize with that, and I sympathize wanting to defend that and have your autonomy. They're kind of squashed between oligarchs on their eastern side and oligarchs on their western side. And I'm not going to say one is evil and one is good. Well, I can definitely say the anti-white oligarchs any anti-white oligarch is evil. But I should say right or wrong in whatever the argument is, which we'll probably never know, maybe even a fraction of the story. So I would just like the suffering and the death to come to an end as soon as possible. No more brothers' wars. And looks like we're blank over here on Entropy as well. So we didn't miss anybody. That's what matters. And we are about out of time, ladies and gentlemen, for another wonderful gathering, Going Free gathering. Keep in mind, over the course of this coming, when you celebrate, you're going to come together for St. Patty's Day. It's not about getting drunk and being an idiot. That is what anti-whiteism has made it into, and its origin might not be very important to you either. You might find that objectionable. I don't know. Use it as an opportunity to advance white well-being. Use it as a medium during which you can share the 5 key concepts and change people's lives. The more you use the key concepts, the more you use other MCs from Going Free, the more powerful you will become. The clearer your mind will be, the more you will build those counter triggers that we teach you in Go Free to build in your own mind, so that subconsciously you turn off those mean pathogens as soon as they're lit in your mind. And as a consequence, the more of all that innate within you comes to life. The ghosts come right out of the soil of those graves where the anti-whites have buried them. The greatest of our thinkers, our artists, our industrial titans, all of that lies dormant inside of you, waiting for you to summon it like a sorcerer. You need only get started. None of us can walk on water, but together we can walk through fire. I love every one of you. Let's go free.